totally forgot to go live on YouTube. It's all good. We only like talked for like 2 seconds, all right? They didn't miss anything. All right, let's see here. Create, go live. Hello, YouTube. Hold on, I'm opening up chat. I'm opening up YouTube chat in case you guys want to talk. All right, good. YouTube chat, hello. All right, gaming. Hello, Thermite. Good morning. Hello, Canner. Dude, I'm starting to get some regulars in the YouTube chat. You better be worried, Twitch chat, all right? Better be worried, man. All right, middle child YouTube. Who's the... Oh, man. I got a message from the partner team over at Kick, and they want me to make a Kick account. I'll consider it, maybe. Just because it's like, who cares, I feel. Just stream to as many platforms as possible. Who knows? It's not... I don't know what's worse, Kick or going to... what's it called? TikTok. Like TikTok live and doing vertical streams. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, I literally could do it and just, like, not even really engage with the chat. I don't know. It fucking sucks. Like, the current era of streaming is such a weird era, man. It's very weird. Better off on Bilibili. Dude, what if I end up with, like, a super large, like, Chinese community? By streaming on Bilibili. All right? Then I can go over there. It'd be huge. Oh, man. That sounds fun. All right. Can you even stream on Kick if you don't gamble? I mean, I gamble with rockets. That's good enough, right? Sorry, I won't be doing gambling streams, chat. I apologize, but I refuse to apologize. Whoa, a little large. Okay, let's do some crazy numbers here, all right? This is, right here, a beautiful engine called the RD-108. This is the first engine that was designed that had a thrust of around 1,000 kilonewtons, and it's actually the engine where, I don't know if it's the engine they put Sputnik in orbit with. Do you guys want to take a little detour for a second? This, maybe a small detour. Just like a tiny little detour before we do this today. I did not get to fully watch this section of this video. I feel like
first flown in 19...
I feel like we should learn about the family of rockets, right, that we're about to use. So we have a little bit of knowledge. And by the way, the reason why we're going with the Soviet engine is because it's going to be a lot more reliable and produce a lot more thrust than the American engines. I say that because they discovered something very interesting about using 4 different combustion chambers instead of just using a single combustion chamber. So we're going to go with the Soviet rocket engines for now. Eventually, the Soviets would be overtaken by material science and design and stuff, and eventually I believe the other engines, like the American engines and stuff like that, or the European engines, are just, in my opinion, a bit better. But for a long time, these engines are very reliable because the chamber pressures are technically lower, and chamber pressures are not just pressures, but like the combustion chamber having a lower pressure, lower temperature makes it more stable. Essentially, not exactly. You want higher pressures and higher temperatures. That makes more thrust, which is better for an engine. But material science only goes but so far, especially in the 50s and 60s. So it was unreliable to be able to have super high pressures and temperatures without like destroying your engine, right? Which is bad. So. Yeah, Sputnik 1, Sputnik rocket, RD-107 on side booster, RD-08 on center core. Okay, was the so was the R7 the engine, the rocket that put up the Sputnik?
Oh, the R7.
I don't know. Is it
one of my favorites? This is the first rocket to reach orbit. We
Yes,
have
then.
to start here since, well, it kind of all started here. And there's been so many versions of this vehicle with so many different engines flown on just this one rocket family. The R7 originally had a simple goal: be able to carry a 3-ton warhead 8,000 kilometers, which, yes, as you maybe could guess, that makes it capable of hitting mainland United States from the Soviet Union. In order to accomplish this, the OKB-1 Design Bureau realized they would need to develop a more powerful engine. Valentin Glushko was tasked with trying to scale up the ED-140 we had just talked about into a new design called the RD-105. But he ran into some problems. As usual, when you're trying to increase thrust, scaling up the combustion chamber was leading to combustion instability. So, what if you took one large chamber and split it up into 4 smaller chambers? Problem solved. I want to explain real quick what exactly we mean by multiple chambers and why this isn't considered multiple engines. So instead of one large combustion chamber where you pump in your fuel and oxidizer, you could make 4 smaller combustion chambers that equal pretty much the same output. And these multiple chambers are all fed by a common turbo pump. And the turbo pump is really the heart of the engine. It's generally easier to scale up your turbo pump machinery than it is to scale up the main combustion chamber.
Do you guys know how they used to actually run the turbo pump back in the day? Which is still wild. The turbo pump nowadays is basically a smaller combustion chamber, kind of, and they like basically use the same fuel. They used steam power. Yeah, they used steam power. I believe it was hydrogen peroxide and potassium permanganate. And that would generate steam at high quantities, so they could put it in high pressure, and they would just run that over a turbine, and that's what pumped in the fuel. Isn't that wild? That's really wild.
Due to that combustion instability that we talked about earlier. So although this isn't necessarily more mass efficient to have multiple chambers,
The V2 did indeed use that, by the way, yeah.
over one big one, it can reduce complexity and combustion instability.
Okay.
But if you lose your turbo pump, the entire engine is a goner. Now, oddly, Glushko made this realization while working on another engine, but we'll talk about that more in a second. You'll notice this concept of multiple combustion chambers is a staple of many Soviet-era designs and will be a recurring theme throughout this video. The engine they ended up developing was called the RD-107
That's the one
and
we
its
just
twin
unlocked.
sibling, the RD-108. And believe it or not, they're pretty much still in use today. The RD-107 and RD-108 are virtually identical. The only difference is the number of steering nozzles known as Vernier engines. The outer boosters with the
God, they're huge.
RD-107s only have a pair of Vernier
Isn't that wild, by the way? Like, that's these tiny little things, essentially. And, like, think about how large that is.
engines, while the center core with the RD-108 has 4 Vernier engines. These engines first flew on May 15th, 1957 on the first R-7 rocket, which featured 4 strap-on boosters surrounding a single core, all running on Keralox. This allowed for a really simple ignition process, where all of the cores and all of the engines could be lit on the ground simultaneously.
How do you think they lit these engines, by the way? Not at all how the normal rocket engines today are, yeah. They basically stuck a piece of wood into the engine.
And it didn't require the complication of trying to start an engine mid-flight. But my favorite thing about the ignition process is that their solution to lighting all of the engines is basically to put some giant wooden matches up inside the combustion chambers. That's right. Engineers stick giant wooden T-shaped structures up the nozzle into the main combustion chamber of all of the engines.
Wild.
So each of the 32 chambers get their own matchstick. That's 20 for the main nozzles and 12 for the Vernier nozzles.
That's wild.
On the tip of the giant matchstick, there's a pair of pyrotechnics that only need one of them to light successfully. And once there's confirmation of all 32 pyros firing, they'll then flow the propellants into the main combustion chamber for full ignition. And yes, they still use giant wooden matchsticks to light the engines today.
That's wild.
The staging is relatively simple, where all 4 boosters fall away simultaneously. And while they're falling away, a valve pops open in the liquid oxygen tank, which helps propel the tanks away from the core stage in a beautiful formation now known as the Korolyov cross. Some notes on these engines. The RD-107 and RD-108 have nearly the same performance figures, with the RD-107 being slightly better.
Are these the exact figures in game right now? I don't know. So we're looking at a thrust of 941 in vac, 741. Dude, it's like the exact same numbers. It's kind of cool. This mod is like almost perfect. Burn time of 280 seconds, which is just in between these two for vac and for sea level, which probably is due to that. Like, you know, like that they probably actually like kind of find a thing right in the middle of that too, which is kind of neat. So it's cool.
optimized at sea level, and the RD-108 being ever so slightly more efficient in a vacuum, which makes sense since it operates in a vacuum more than the RD-108.
So the reason I'm watching this actually, Kedis, is to see what radius the actual R7 rocket is, because I might actually try to make something similar to it, but here's the problem. We don't have SRBs. Actually, are the side engines of the R7 solid? Maybe they're not.
7. The RD-107 was the first to hit that magic number of 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust. These are some pretty impressive numbers. Huge improvements.
They're liquid. Because he said pop open a valve in the oxygen
tank. The turbo pump of the RD-107 and RD-108 is essentially powered by steam, just like the A4. Yep, they still just run hydrogen peroxide over a catalyst, which creates high-pressure, searing hot gases that then spins the turbine, which powers the liquid oxygen pump and the kerosene pump. This also means that there's a fully separate tank just to store the hydrogen peroxide, which, although it's not mass efficient to require another tank to spin your pumps,
it's all boiling water.
It is a very simple and effective solution still in use today. Some cool innovation of this engine include those multiple combustion chambers, variable mixture ratios, which helped each core drain its propellant equally, and it used regenerative cooling. Another innovation were those Vernier engines for steering, which was a lot more elegant solution compared to the heavy graphite control vanes that would help steer the original V2 engine.
That's nuts.
By just diverting the flame. Since it was first flown in 1957, the RD-107/108 has gone through very little changes. There was the RD-117/118s, which flew 786 times from 1973 to 2017 on the Soyuz U and U-2. They were very similar to the original, mostly having some small structural changes, different injectors which offered minor performance increases, and had parts of slightly varying origins compared to the RD-107 and 108. The RD-117/118 also sometimes ran on a fuel called Syntin. It's a hydrocarbon-based fuel, which offered increased performance, but the fuel is much more expensive, so it's just often not really considered worth it. Finally, we see the RD-107A/108A, which would fly 70 times from 2001 through 2019 on the Soyuz FG. And they're also on the new Soyuz 2, which started flying in 2004 and is still flying. The RD-107A and 108A offered slightly higher thrust compared to the RD-107 and 108. Here's the 107 and the 107A side by side.
How expensive are these engines?
You can see the A's had a modest bump in thrust and a nice little bump in efficiency too. Here's an important note if you're ever looking up info on these rockets. The common staging scheme tends to be that the side boosters are stage 1. The core stage, which runs at the same time and is lit simultaneously to the side boosters, is considered stage 2.
Okay, my theory is because the side boosters are liquid fuel. I feel like if you use actual SRBs, that would be an actual a different, that's like a different booster stage that is almost like a separate thing from the main core stages, right? Like stage 1, stage 2, stage 3.
Then on top of that is stage 3, and sometimes there's even a 4th stage. In the US, we tend to say that the core stage of a rocket is stage 1, and if there's boosters that also ignite with it at launch, they're either just simply called boosters or sometimes stage 0. And not to be confused with how SpaceX calls their launch and landing pad at Starbase.
Again, by the way, Starship is currently stacked and we're going to be getting a launch probably next week. God, I hope it's next week. Very excited for that because it's been a while.
Stage 0. We'll be following the Soviet naming scheme in this video. So that does it for the first stages of the R7 rocket family. But in order to increase capacity, the R7 needed an upper stage, or a 3rd stage.
Okay.
And the first upper stage they developed had a mighty task at hand. Reach the moon.
What?
The Soviet Union began developing a missile called the 8K-7.
By the way, chat, what does the term cislunar mean? I was looking at a company today, and they talk about what projects they run, and they say they do LEO, GEO, and then there was a HEO, and then they said cislunar. Is that mean does that mean to the moon? Does that mean orbiting the moon? In the moon's SOI? Okay, the space in between us and the moon. But so not in the SOI of the moon? Cislunar is the space in between Earth and Moon. Interesting. Okay, so basically, though, it does not include the Moon's SOI? Not yet, I don't think. Okay. Interesting. Okay, interesting. I had never heard of that term before.
73 in 1957. For this, Glushko developed...
Because there's like translunar injections and stuff when you're transitioning from one SOI to the other, right? Like you're going to the Moon's influential sphere, right? And then you have like moon or orbital like missions as well, which is a bit more complicated. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Okay.
Developed an engine called the RD-109, which would increase its specific impulse to an impressive 334 seconds and produce 102 kilonewtons of thrust.
Pretty good.
It ran on lock.
Do we have this engine, the RD-109? I don't think so, because it would be a single ignition rocket engine, right? I don't know what we're gonna do for space yet. Like, we have this, but this does not have a variant of the RD-109. This is like the earlier engine, right? The alcohol-based engine. Use search. I don't even think I need to, brother. I am almost positive it's not a thing in here. This is the R17. Okay.
Ox and unsymmetrical dimethyl hydrazine.
I'm sure they're in a text tree
also
somewhere.
known as UDMH, which is an interesting combo since it has the pains of both cryogenic liquid oxygen plus the pains of the terribly toxic hydrazine, which Korolev just hated. So it was scrapped and would never actually see flight. Instead, it would be reborn on another rocket that we'll talk about here in a second. The Vostok variant of the R7 wound up being the first R7 rocket to...
By the way, Vostok is the missions prior to the human flights, which I think was Vodstock. So it's like Vostok into Vodstock. I believe. I'm not. My memory is very bad with this because there's so many names.
A third stage called Block E, which made it much more capable. The engine that made this possible was called the RD-0105.
Vostok was the one-man capsule, and was Vodstock the 2+? Because eventually with the Soyuz they had, I think, 3. They might have gone from 1 to 3. I don't remember.
Not to be confused with the RD-105, which was that failed attempt.
So they made an RD-105, and then they made an RD-0105. What?
The original R7 main engine. But the RD-0105 was based on the Vernier engine.
Is that how you say it? Vashad. Was Vostok with stuff removed if it to crew. Holy shit, man. These names are so confusing to me.
On the
I will never remember all this.
/108, and it also ran on Kerlox. Glushko passed the torch off to Cosberg to build the engine. It wound up developing 49 kilonewtons of thrust in space and hit 316 seconds of specific impulse.
Pretty good.
Meanwhile, Glushko was busy upgrading the engine for an even more impressive upper stage for a version of Vostok called the Vostok K. For this, he would take the RD-0105 and modify it to be the RD-0109.
Okay.
It also had a lower mass and increased reliability thanks to its new lightweight combustion chamber. Now, these tweaks made it capable enough to put Yuri Gagarin into orbit on April 12th, 1961. It always wows me that the first human in space didn't just do some suborbital 20-minute flight, but instead, he actually went full-blown orbital. The United States didn't accomplish this feat until John Glenn's flight on Mercury Atlas 6.
Again, the Soviets, I think because of their engine design, because this was way more reliable than the American engines, I really do feel like this was a big part of it, man. Also, there was a weird thing going on in political space for the space agencies in the U.S. where they didn't really want to fund stuff because it didn't really seem necessary, right? Like it was very difficult for von Braun to even get the funding, or like to get the go-ahead or the okay, because he had like all these plans and everything for these engines, but to actually get like the budget to start building stuff. So they kind of put him like behind schedule compared to the Soviets, but like the Soviets were ahead for quite some time, man. I would say it was the Soviets were going quickly because they weren't really planning far ahead, if that made sense. The Americans ended up going slower, but they were much more focused on like, we are going to the moon, landing on the moon and coming back, right? The Soviets seemed like they were kind of like just chasing, like they're sprinting as fast as possible, but they had to keep like redesigning stuff because they weren't really ready to like, to take this design to the moon, like in like some natural evolution. It was like kind of like a weird thing, but then like Kirilyov died, and again a whole bunch of issues. So
Onboard Friendship 7 on February 20th, 1962. A fun note about these upper stage engines is they start their ignition sequence while they're still attached to the core
So the hot stage. Okay, that's important
Now,
to know.
this is called hot fire staging. And boy, is it wild. Have you ever noticed that graded fence-looking section of the R7 rocket? That's the inner stage, and it's open like that so they can start the engine while the two stages
That's
are
crazy,
still
but still,
connected.
think about
this
it.
makes it so they didn't have to utilize any other ullage motor or a secondary motor to accelerate the upper stage to settle the propellants
Simplicity,
on the
man.
bottom of the tanks before turning on the engine, which you need to do to avoid sucking up gas bubbles and having rough starts. You'll notice that trusswork inner stage on other Soviet rockets.
Rough starts is a funny way to put explosion, dude.
It was a simple solution to a tricky problem. So keep your eyes open for that as we continue this video. But you may also know that the United States did hot fire staging of their Titan
Oh my
rockets
God.
as well.
That's so
from
crazy.
here on out, the third stage of the R7 got modest updates or changes, and each time it did, it basically became a different engine with different numbers. So just in case you're not confused yet, here's one that baffles me. After the RD-0105 and RD-0109,
I bet they make the RD-10 with the 101 or something.
there was an RD-0106, which was a
Okay, I didn't expect that.
four-chamber version and offered over 4 times the thrust. This was used on the Block I third stage for an R7 variant called the Molnia rocket that flew for the first time in 1960. The RD-0106 would then be tweaked a little
Ammonia rockets. I wonder if that's like a hypergolic or something. Usually it's like peroxides and stuff, so I'm not really sure.
to become the RD-0107 and then the RD-0108.
That is so confusing, bro. RD-108, RD-0108.
Which would fly 300 times on the Voskhod R7 from 1963 to 1976. And then the RD-0110, which saw its first flight in 1965.
Oh, so they skipped the RD-0109 again. Okay, yeah, okay.
And
Yeah.
it's what's still being used today on the Soyuz 2.1A that currently flies humans.
Okay.
So I wish I could say this was the
It was the Molnia rocket, not the ammonia rocket. Oh, okay. Okay, I gotcha.
final
Is that the rocket that's famous with the Molnia orbit?
version
is kinda
of the
neat.
third stage engine for the R7 family? Because no, it's not. There's also the RD-0124, which is a pretty
We're not out of the
fancy
60s yet,
closed
no.
cycle engine.
We're in, like, 67,
intended to be
57,
used
sorry.
universally amongst several vehicles. It doesn't have any Vernier engines, and it uses RG-1, a first for the Soyuz instead of the usual
RG-1 is essentially RP-1, but it's not RP-1 in Russia because it's called RG-1. So that's what it is.
T1 kerosene. Because it's closed cycle, its specific impulse is increased from 326 seconds to 359 seconds and is used for larger or higher energy payloads.
Okay.
It first started flying in 2006 and is still in use today on the Soyuz 2.1B. So that about does it for the third stage of the R7. However, it even ended up growing a fourth stage, and it would actually do that before
What?
Yuri made his famous flight. A fourth stage was flown way back in 1960 on that Molnia rocket. So it was actually on a really early variant of the R7 that would fly 40 times overall with a 50% success rate. But coolest of all,
Holy shit.
it was high enough performance for interplanetary missions. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is where the Soviet Union did something that the US engineers literally thought was impossible.
I'm betting this isn't the Venera missions, right? How early did they go to Venus? I'm trying to remember. Maybe, like, I know it's like they were there for a long time, but I'm not sure.
Until they got their hands on Soviet rocket engines in the 90s. Already, in 1958, they began developing a closed cycle, oxygen-rich engine called the S1.5400.
Okay, hold on. Is that the engine we have? S1, where the fuck is the engine? It'd be here. Okay, we have an S2, 253, S342, and S5.2. Different things here. This is the S2 253. I wonder if it comes after that, right? I don't know.
It may have initially only had 64 kilonewtons of thrust in a vacuum, but it achieved an impressive 338 seconds of specific impulse.
Okay, so 338 specific. We are currently sitting at a 255, so it's much less than what they have. I wonder if these are just better. None of these even reach close to that, by the way. These are all about 260 or so. And a thrust of 64 kilonewtons, which is this is more, right? 81 as well in vacuum. I wonder if this is the engine that they use on more like higher upper stages and stuff. I don't actually know. Not sure. It's pressure fed though.
Way ahead of its time for a Kerlox engine, and it would fly successfully already in 1961 on an interplanetary mission to Venus.
Yeah, Venera.
That was the very first interplanetary probe.
Wow.
The real breakthrough was developing metals such as...
Wow, they went to Venus that long ago. I never looked up the timeline for the Venera missions, but I know the Soviets were doing them really early, like really early. That is actually kind of insane to think about how early that is for
titanium alloys
space
that
flight.
Could withstand having searing hot gaseous oxygen blasting at them without just turning them into soup. This trend would continue, and
that helps when you get the V2 engine, folks. The Americans got the better astronaut. That's not astronaut. Sorry, they got the better scientists, bro, from Operation Paperclip compared to the Soviet name one. I can't remember. The Americans definitely won for sure.
The Soviet Union made it look really easy. Now remember this one, the S1.5400, because it kind of became the basis of a ton of upcoming engines for other rockets.
Okay.
Despite having very limited presence on the R7 family, having only flown 4 times in total. The Soyuz U was the next R7 to have a 4-stage that was powered by the S5.92 on the upper stage, known as Fregat, which first flew in 1973. This is a small open cycle.
Okay, there's no way we're on these engines yet because the technology we're in right now is like 57 or something like that, or maybe something like that. I can look at it again, but when we unlocked the technology, it was like 57 to 58 rocket engines.
Hypergolic fueled engine producing 19.6 kilonewtons of thrust with 327 seconds in a vacuum. One of its cool features is the ability to light
hypergolic
50 times.
Yeah, hypergolic fuels will let you do that, basically.
In space with up to 300 days between ignitions.
Wow.
Now, wouldn't it just be fantastic if I could say this was it for the R7 variants, but there's one bastard child in this set, and it's missing all of its boosters. Now, we'll get to that rocket and that engine in a second, but for now...
Okay. Do we have a good understanding of the R7 history, the R7 tree? We're not going to be able to really... And by the way, this mod pack is so realistic that it actually really helps to go look at like how they actually develop these things in real life, because you can base the designs and stuff, and probably should, off of that. Now, one thing I did not see is the radius of the R7 rocket's main core stage. So I might need to look that up or something. But I think we should probably choose a standard and start sticking with it, because to get these things tooled, like if I make this 3 meter by 12 meter steel tank or whatever, right? We are looking at a tooling cost of $15,000, which this engine alone to unlock this one here would be $150,000. We have in total $250,000 to spend. That is nothing. That means in just this alone, we'll have $100K left, and the main tank might cost us something like $15K of that. So it is, we need to make a decision about the size of this, and I think what we'll base this off of is, let's see if we can just design a system here, right, that is just launchable without side boosters. I think I can't do both of these engines. The idea would be you'd put these around here. I'll try to show you what I mean, but more than likely it's something like this. Something like this, and then we're going to use like another tank right on these. And then you would make these, I don't know what they would be, something like that, make them longer, and then you would put these on here, and you would have these Vernier, engines to steer stuff, right? This engine alone is 150K, the middle one, and that's got steering engines for everything. These outer ones is another 150K. So our first design is going to be essentially just this inner stage. And I think even right now, if we look at this and we put it on like a ground stand or something like this one, we're looking at a thrust to weight ratio of, I have no idea, because we need to fill this with fuel. So let's fill this with fuel. We're looking at a thrust to weight ratio of 1.16 if we made it like this large. So That is not good, but it is, look at that, 5,800 delta V. And if we made this thing out of like aluminum or something, let's try aluminum. We're going to get probably the same 5,000 delta V, but we'll probably get more. 6,000, that's a lot. That is almost to orbit. We need to get 9,400 delta V to get into orbit, I believe, if the orbital charts are correct that I have pulled up, which I totally have one here. 9,400. Again, it's like triple what you got to do as well. But the burn time for this, yeah, let's look at that. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. This isn't even burning for that. Right? So 1.3, I can go taller, technically, if we wanted to. Like, I could totally go taller, maybe even to 13 meters, and that would be acceptable, 1.23. But I want to remind you all, we will have mass on top of this. So I won't just be able to have an engine or a tank this large, right? So, in my opinion, this is kind of small height-wise for a rocket that probably makes sense to me, right? You can increase the tank utilization as well. Oh, good to know. Good to know. And we might even be able to do like stringers and stuff in here. So I can probably reduce this then to something like that or something. I don't know, but still. Yeah, maybe it's too wide and not tall enough. I agree. We should, again, we need to decide on a design here for this. Can someone look up for me what the radius of the R7 core was back in the day? Maybe it's changed or whatever. Maybe give me an average number or whatever. But the R7 has probably changed. When it originally came out, maybe this is a good AI question too. When the R7 was originally designed, yeah, it was about 2.9 or 3 meters and 30 meters tall. Holy shit. The whole rocket was 30 meters tall. There's a custom shroud for this engine in the modules, the engine mod. There's a custom shroud for it? In the module engine plates, which is what? The decoupling one? I don't know if we have it unlocked. That's Atlas. Maybe it's in this, and we go to... What is BDB? It's in structure. Oh, okay. Structure. Modular mount here, and we can make this generic. The RD-108. Okay. How does that work? Open diameter section. Holy shit. Okay. There's a lot going on right now. RO tank mount selection. So if we look at Soyuz core, is that really? I don't know if that's correct. Soyuz upper 10 feet. How do you put this engine in here, though? I have no idea. Does it like, does this go on the bottom of it, then get snapped upwards? Like maybe you do it like this, and then you go up like that? And then this obviously is not large enough. Yeah, I don't know how this is supposed to work. Oh, this whole thing's like offset. I gotta like rotate it too. No clue, dude. Okay, so this is like too large. Okay, that's looking better. Still not correct, but getting there. Kind of. It's a bit weird, yeah. Maybe it's supposed to be 2.4. No, maybe it's too large now. Maybe it's supposed to be like this, and we go like 2.2, maybe? And go down? It doesn't feel like it's the right size. This is janky. I almost don't want to do it. I'll be real with you. I'd rather almost just make my own like fairing for the bottom, right? I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see about that in a second. But yeah, all right. That's good information, though. I appreciate it. Let's go back over here. Let's grab this and just put it on the bottom real fast. Okay. Again, back to business. What we were talking about, right? Again, already we can see the cost of this. If we were going to tool stuff, it does get a lot more affordable. This engine is 1,700. Sorry, how much is this engine if we want to use it? It's 650. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, let's design this a little bit differently. I'm going to put this over to the side real fast, and I think what we should design is the top part of this that is going to go into space, maybe, and then we'll work our way down the rocket, right? We need to put something into orbit, right? Eventually, right? For now, we're just going a long distance, if we can. But maybe it's possible to, like, maybe change the shape of this nose cone. Right? We could do a smooth cone, technically, and make it, like, again, we could make it like this, and this could be, like, the start of it, or whatever. Make the first stage able to carry 1.5 this current payload. I'm trying to even decide what we want to make the top stage's diameter, right? Like, maybe let's try to design a top stage real fast. Again, what I would like to do is just get to orbit, like, so we can do that with the whole top stage. So let's do this. We also have the ISO grid, which is quite expensive to unlock. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, it's a very intimidating mod. It's a very intimidating mod. First step, get to orbit. No, first step is, like, get it to, what's it called? Like, if you can, get it to, like, 8,000 kilometer range. So let's pretend this is good, right? We might go smaller diameter here. I'm going to be real. I'm going to just make it a bit longer for now, arbitrarily. And I guess we can try this single ignition engine. I don't know what this really does. I don't know if we have a different mount that we can do. Tonka. That is the hypergolic propellant, I believe. Sorry, that is the hypergolic igniter, I believe. This would have to be high pressure. Let's make it aluminum. All right. This currently would have a TWR, 31-second burn time. This can go for a lot longer, though. Like, way longer. So maybe we make it longer. We might want to have an aero bee on top of this. Again, this can last for 1:35, so we can go even technically longer. Even technically longer. Not that long. Maybe 5.5. Yeah, we can do something like that with this, give or take. Does it gimbal? Good question. It does gimbaling in 10 degrees. That's actually a lot of gimbaling range, too. Like, that's a lot. Okay, so we're looking at a mass right now about... This is 6 tons by itself. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Can this even handle, like, 7 or maybe even 8 tons? 1,000 maybe here. Okay, I can do that. So if we put this on top of... Like, if we did, like, an inner stage or something like this, right? And again, we'll have to do some other stuff here. But maybe we can do... I like something like this, maybe. Oh, it's the Titan variant. Maybe something like that. And if we put this on top of another tank, and then this... Actually, maybe... Again, do you see what I mean with the diameter being too big? What if we made this, like, 2 meters? That might make more sense here. Though, I don't know about that being a good idea. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Why is this not doing what I want? Oh. Okay. Let's think about some stuff here. Again, I'm just thinking about, like, size of things. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the interstage. Interstage. That's the adapter. Procedural hollow interstage ring. Flat. That's what I'm looking for. So that will decouple there. This will go there. This would be brought down to a smaller size. This is currently what? 2.2. This is 2 meters diameter. Okay. This would be like this. Again, if I slap these on here, it'd make more sense. But let's make this 2 fairing node. Actually, just make it 1, I think. And the height would not need to be that large. Actually, let's get the height to come down here. And again, we might need to make this different because this has a flat side. Decoupling fairings are very expensive. Well, these won't decouple, sorry. Maybe we want hollow. Hollow payload. That might make a bit more sense. Okay. Oh, extra radius. Put that at 0. Okay. By the way, I have no idea if we're making it to orbit today. I need to let you guys understand this. There is so much we got to go through. It's going to be kind of nuts. Oh, this can't bend inwards. For some reason, I thought maybe it could. Maybe I could do a boat tail adapter? Oh, no. This would work. Okay. Okay, hold the fuck up. There we go. And I do this because it would be nice to be able to do that, and then we have like an adapter here. Right, now again, let's do a couple things. 1 node. Please attach fairings. Okay, my bad. 1 node. Try that again. And then the shape of this is a bit wrong, I feel. Cone egg might make more sense. Delta could also maybe make more sense. Make the top a little bit smaller. Okay. Kind of like that. Yeah, you kind of get the vibe of it, though, right? Also, let me just do this now, because I know we're going to need it. So, delta. Just put a 2 flat fairing. What does that mean, 2 flat fairing? Decoupler is disabled. Fairing is open right now. Okay. Yeah, the height is not perfect, but we can't really do much about that. But yeah, you would do something like this, right? And that would maybe work. Again, we might not need this to be... I mean, maybe we do need it to be like that. I don't know. But okay. Like, we're starting to get places, right? Like, a little bit. Like, we have basically our upper stage, and we have this down here. I think we should look at numbers for this and see what we can actually do. Let's do this engine, and then we'll do this, of course. I'm just going to look at the staging that's technically proper. This fairing needs to be removed. Fairing decoupler, off. That makes it way cheaper, by the way. And then we are going to ignite this and stage at pretty much the exact same time. But okay, this right now has a grand total of 7,400 meters a second. This is not enough to get into orbit. Isn't that a little wild? Now, this bottom stage is only 1.83, so we could technically up this quite a bit. Yeah, this might be a bit much. That's definitely a bit much, for sure. But, like, we need to not use a lot of engines, because they're definitely the most expensive part about this flight. Right? Should make it wider for the verniers. I'm thinking of maybe adding just a slightly larger base. Just a slightly larger one. What's the burn time of this engine? It's crazy long. It is a... where is it at? I'm blind. 4-minute and 40-second burn time. Right? Start building a new LC? Yeah. We definitely are going to have to think about that. We also could increase maybe this as well. Again, we need 9,400, so like we're not even really there yet. I'm thinking we have a third stage on the top here that launches an even smaller rocket, and that smaller rocket will probably have a, what do you call it? Like that'll probably be like the tiny little one that'll get released to just kind of like circularize and stuff as well. All right, I think that maybe I want to fly this real fast and just get some information about it. I'll just, I think I can control it myself. I'm not entirely sure. Keep stacking rockets. I mean, three makes sense, right? Also, this engine might not make sense for here, right? We might want to put that on a different engine here. Yeah, that should be good. Maybe we simulate this. God, this is going to be so expensive, by the way. So expensive. How much does this engine even cost to buy? 15,000. Shit. I'm going to save this as the fins. We probably don't need them. I'm going to call this the... We'll call it the R67. Okay. It's got to be, like, Soviet named, right? Save. Okay, let's see what happens here. How do you install mods for this game? CCAN? You might want to look up a YouTube video for it. Okay, so let's just see what happens. So, all the way up, and I don't know what I have access to, so I'm just going to do it myself. Okay. We might want more TWR in this thing. Not entirely sure. Can I not control the rocket? This is definitely a normal avionics. I'm a little confused. No, this is a normal avionics. That's normal avionics. Okay, let's go back real fast. So we're going to want to hire TWR for that, for sure. The RCS light was lighting up. I turned it on. Right? This here is probably not enough to control. Well, no, it is. Right? Avionics prototypes. It should be control. Oh, it's not enough. I need to control a 70-ton rocket. Do I need multiple sets of avionics? Like, there's no way this thing can control that. This top stage is 8 tons, and that can control that. Maybe I gotta put avionics on this. Which is gonna be expensive, man. Like, real expensive. Can this control... I need like 200. With, like, I don't know, 70 tons? Okay. It cannot do anything near that. Let's go higher length. Let's do 1 meter. Can that do 70 tons? Okay, that's the size it needs, apparently. Also, let's make this, like, again, like 500 kilojoules. No, I need, like, 70. Okay, actually, maybe I don't need 70. No, I need, like, 75. I'm going to just see how much money this would cost to tool. Avionics. 11,000 is a lot, but not impossible. Okay, so now we should be able to steer this thing. Let's, again, we'll save this iteration of it. Simulate. All right. Let's see here. You really want multiples for each stage? Yeah, apparently. Because otherwise, like, there's no way, right? Okay, let's, again, we don't need SAS, do we? I think this is not using SAS power. It's using other stuff. So it's ignite. Launch. Okay, and now we have access to these little Vernier engines. Okay, cool. This TWR is still a bit low. It's manageable. Definitely manageable. You can still use SAS to stabilize the rocket. Can I? With gimbals. Oh yeah, it's automatically doing it. Okay. Is that... That's not normally how that works in KSP, right? Yeah, we're going to probably want more TWR. I think we're getting off the ground a bit too late, and we're actually having a pretty significant loss of power to gravity. It's actually not that much, but still, it feels like a lot. Okay, so let's just see. Let's just let this thing run for a bit, though. Running off of kerosene is so nice right now. What kind of fuel's in here? Oh, it's kerosene as well. All right. All right, we will see. It just says 1.8, but it doesn't feel like it. At launch, I mean, right now it might be 1.8, but when we launched, it was definitely not. I want to see what hot staging does to this. I'm very curious. Oh, I started tilting it. And it instantly flipped. So if you don't go straight up, it's kind of a problem. We might want to try doing a, what's it called? Maybe mech jeb. Let's see if mech jeb can handle it. Oh, before I do that, though, again, this says 1.36. It should be fine, man. I think we almost went more, though. Ascent guidance, I'm going to enable autopilot, and I'm going to just turn off auto staging. Maybe I won't, actually. Maybe stop auto stage at 1. Maybe? Will it activate 1? I'll just do the auto staging myself. It can just take off. Okay. This is a 30-20. I think that's fine for now. Okay. So I should just be able to hit, like, go. Okay. It's 1.8. Stage 0 does say 1.8. You guys are not understanding correctly. Stage 2 is the current stage we're on. Not stage 1. It's stage 0. It's a bit confusing because it's backwards. But yeah, it's 1.4 right now is what we took off with. Again, I think that's a little low, surprisingly. It feels low, but maybe it's not. Well, in conventional rocket science, we call, like, the main stage, like, stage 1, and the stage on top of that stage 2, and the stage on top of that stage 3. So calling it like this is a bit weird, I'm going to be honest. Okay, let's see if this thing can actually tilt correctly. This is what it has as defaults, right? Which means it gets up to about 107 meters a second and then starts tilting. Let's see if it can control it. I couldn't. It flipped over instantly. So maybe this is one of those computer guidance things where it's probably just better. It does feel lower, but yeah, maybe Earth. Because in real life, I believe we use about a 1.3 is the lowest TWR. But I think some rockets are even 1.2. Which just slowly come off the launch pad. Alright, a big thing to look at, by the way, is steering losses. We're losing a lot of power to steering right now, surprisingly. Like, a lot of delta V. That is actually insane. How are we losing this much to steering? Is this just way too steep of a profile? Maybe? Maybe we should be going up way more. Steering loss was when it was going straight up as well. Okay. So maybe it's just too little of TWR. It's good to know. Yeah. Again, I have a very good feeling, by the way, chat, that we are not getting to orbit today. At least in real, like, as a real project. Alright, that's my theory, just so you know ahead of time. I wonder where that steering loss is coming from. Well, this title will be the title I'll use for probably today and tomorrow. I just think that this is going to take a lot of iterative development, and we're going to be doing a lot of test flights, and then we got to do programming as well. Like, it's just going to be a lot, right? So, I don't want you to get too antsy about it. It'll be all right. All right, I'm going to start lighting this engine up at about 2 seconds, I think, till we have to separate. So... Oh. Oh. It's like a dart. Why did this come with this? I thought it decoupled it. Engine shut down. We had a failure. Good lord. Okay, that's actually a really rare failure too. Holy. It's got a 57 MTSB, MTBF or whatever. Why did this separate like that? This does not decouple. This node decouples. Let's go up a meter. This node decouples. Okay. So maybe I just connected it to the wrong node? It's because that fairing is on the inside of the decoupler. What? Coveralls and can be used to hot stage. What do you mean? Wait, I'm just confused here. Isn't the open part the decouplers? This should stay attached. You just say decoupling on the fairing. The fairing is not... Oh, decoupler. Gotcha. Wait, maybe? Oh. This does not need a decoupler. Can I actually remove the decoupler from this? I gotcha. Okay. No, I gotcha. I understand what you mean. Well, that's weird. Because right now the tooling for this stage... I wonder how much that costs, actually. Like, it's got a auto-decouple false. Do you even need a truss? Let's find out. I have a feeling we're going to blow up the rocket without it. But, you know what? Sometimes you got to blow up some rockets. Right. Okay. I kind of like that part. Me too. Fourth button from the bottom on the truss was disable coupling. I don't think it was. See if you're right. This might be what I want to... No, it's not. It's not called a truss. What's it called? Gotcha. Okay, so maybe it actually is what I want to use. So, make this, that, make it tinier. change the style. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. Okay, and then this on the bottom. Enable bottom staging. Disable top staging. There we go. All right. That's good. Open diameter section. Oh, I see. I don't know if anything else needs to be here like this, but yeah, let's just try that now. So now, again, same thing we had before. This should let it go, and it should be okay. So let's save this variant. Let's simulate it real fast. I did make the bottom stage a little bit smaller, so we should have a bit more authority over it, and it should just leave a bit faster, which I don't know if that's going to make it better. I don't really know. We'll find out. Okay. I think we could enable auto staging up to stage 2, and then basically just give it like a leadway or whatever. It's very dark. Okay, let's see if this works. So our goal, by the way, the takeoff speed does seem pretty good. I don't know if the steering loss is going to be higher. Again, we're getting a huge amount of steering loss right now, I believe, because we're not going sideways. And I think that's what steering loss is, right? Is like, it's, you want to be basically putting all of your thrust of weight towards the orbital direction. Right now, we're basically not going sideways whatsoever, right? But we got to go up at some point. That's good. It's important to know, though, that we're going to lose, like, probably 700 to 800 delta V just from going up to begin with, though. That's got to be in our heads when we start planning how much delta V do we need to go to space. I think we are going to, by minimum, need a 3-stage rocket to go to space. I think this upper stage is way too small, but this might be good for us to go, like, I don't know, like 8,000 kilometers or whatever. Well, we are printing, or sorry, we are boosting prograde. We're just not boosting prograde orbitally. We're doing it via the surface, which is a pretty significant difference here. If we click this, I think you'll see the difference here. What mission are we going for? We are attempting basically Sputnik. We can call it, I don't know, basically the first we got to think of the name for our first satellite. We got to come up with a more clever name than just like Wafflenik or Jebnik or something. Oh my god, the Jebany program would be kind of cool, by the way. Yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, if you're wondering on the Twitch stream, that's Melvin. He's a supervisor. Alright? Just so you know ahead of time. We can come up with a good name, though, I believe. We'll see. Yeah, Chad, don't forget, by the way, Twitch Prime. I gotta keep reminding you. Twitch Prime, thank you. Appreciate it, love you. I do, it's been like 2 hours. I do need to stand up and go to the bathroom, too. Play an ad. We'll see. 4 days left in the Prime. Do you guys think it's a bad idea? Hold on, I'll get to you in a second with this one. Couple seconds. So 2 seconds left. I did it wrong, but it's okay. It was able to recover. I separated too quickly. This is why we want to control everything via, what is it called? Computers. All right. We're getting to a really weird point on the Twitch stream, by the way, where I think this is all of Twitch, by the way. But, like, I feel like it would be advantageous to do a subathon every month or every 2 months. And when I say subathon, I mean like a streamathon kind of deal, right? In Subway. In some way, whatever. Last time we did it for the birthday stream, we did like a wheel for stuff. We could probably try to make it unique or whatever, but I'm starting to feel like the incentive is always so much stronger. Right? Like, so much stronger during subathons and stuff. And I feel like maybe every 2 months is not a bad idea. I don't know. It's always like an up and down, by the way, for sub counts. Right now, we are in the lowest part of the year. It goes up and down, up and down. When school is ending, and this time of, like, the fiscal year, it's the lowest. And then summer, it will spike up. And then right during fall, it will hit the low again. And then during Christmas time, it'll spike up. So it's in the lowest point right now. So maybe I'm just thinking of it like that or whatever. But legitimately, man, I would love to try to find a more robust solution to encouraging people to sub or whatever. What's the Apple Apps number? I don't have it right now. Let me grab it. I think it's orbital information. There it is. 900 kilometers. The big thing is how far downrange we're going to go. Okay, so this is by far the farthest we've ever made it. By far. That's good. I think we should maybe already start planning for a third stage. Again, it's not going to be controllable, which makes it very difficult, actually. I feel like we need it to be controllable, man. Yeah, the quarterly shareholder subathon, yeah. I don't know what I want to do for subathons. I definitely want to make them unique, though. I think 4 a year would be fun. I do, like, one every, like, 2 years right now. I think we just got to change that. Should we take advantage as much of the engine burn time as possible? Yes. Yes. Absolutely yes. I agree with that. But we need to also be realistic with, like, proportions and stuff, too. I feel like we need to fix the upper stage. And I think we might even need to have a third stage added. The upper stage engine can burn for about a minute 35. I have a minute 33 on it currently. Do you go for heavy or light sats? I went for heavy sats. And we're not doing Principia, no. We can add 5 seconds more, just about, if we want to. We could do another... We could do like that if we wanted to. What I'm thinking is we put a third stage on top of this. And I'm thinking of maybe fattening this up a bit. Making it like not 2 meters, but maybe like a 1.5 meter for the second stage. Which would be weird, obviously. The R7 launch had no upper stage. The whole thing just went into orbit. That's what I was thinking, too. That's the simplest thing to do for now, right? But we don't have to try to directly copy what they did, right? We don't have to. Could. We definitely don't have to. All right, we could do something like this. We could do something like that. We could do something like this. Something like that. And then, boom, now we have an interstage here. And what we could do... The R7 did have boosters, though. Yes, that's true. We don't have boosters to use. Right, we could do something like this, and we could add a decoupler in here, maybe. And we could try to decouple or something. We don't. Maybe not this one. Maybe we need an interstage. Actually, we would need an interstage. Again, maybe we hot stage again. No idea, but... Right. Something like this. And then we could put a stage on top of this that uses maybe a science core. Your middle change is burning too long now. I agree. I agree. That's what we adjust after a bunch of stuff, right? Like TWRs and stuff too. How long could it burn for again? Dude, what? That's so tiny. This is probably the wrong engine then, if this is the reality we live in. All right, let me stand up. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back, chat. All right, enjoy the ad real quick. I appreciate you. Yeah, there's no way we can do this. We might even want to make this middle stage wider and shorter. That might be smarter, but iterative design. All right, that's the name of the game right now. We're just gonna keep changing the design depending on what we have. All right, I'll be right back, chat. Oh my god, dude. I'm actually blind. I wanted a snack, and I'm actually blind right now. Alright, we gotta... I'm already doing this, by the way. In my mind, we're making this wider. Alright, I think let's try a 2.5, and let's bring it down. Significantly, if we can. This is a 440. Dude, I might even make this 3. Like, we need to maximize this engine, I feel. Like, as much as possible. So that's a 3-meter rocket, right? I know it looks fat, but like it... Oh god, it's actually way too much. Okay. What if we make it 2.5? We need to absolutely have a rocket that can, like, lift itself, right? So we're not going to be able to maximize this engine for a while. I don't actually know what we're supposed to do that. We have, like, aluminum... And we have steel. We're going to use aluminum, obviously. Utilization, we can go up a bit higher. But again, now we're looking at a very weird... where'd the thrust away go? Oh, right. Okay, it's a good start. I guess we're going to make it taller. Taller doesn't really make that big of a difference right now. Do you not have stingers yet? The stringers? We do. But, like, what do we need? Oh, is that a different tank? I mean, we don't want to use a balloon tank. We could, though. We have ISO-grid as well. Again, at 45k, we can't really... I don't think we really afford it right now, man. I think it's going to be super, super duper expensive. I can't believe this rocket right now is 7,000 without tooling or whatever. Okay, things I'm thinking of doing. We need 3 stages. I'm just trying to decide how we do 3 stages, right? Like, how do we even fucking do that? Right now, we're at 73 tons for this thing. That feels insane, though. That's such a massive upgrade from what we had before. It almost doesn't feel doable. I don't know. You can maybe try a different engine. This engine is the most thrust and the best efficiency for sure. And it's 150,000 to unlock. So, like, and again, I think a lot of the engines capable of this are basically like that. Let me save this real fast, if I can. Let me go back. I actually do want to look at the missions we currently have. Because I don't know... yeah, heavy satellites, so we have access to those missions, right? 6,000 kilometers downrange is our first mission. Then we have 7,500, and then we have a 30-kilogram satellite into orbit. I would like to make a rocket capable of all 3 of these. For heavy sat, my rocket ended up being 280 tons. I would like this rocket, because think about it, we need to tool this and stuff. Maybe what we could do is make a simpler top payload or something, but I would like to not spend a ton of money on tooling for like 3 different rockets. I would like to basically focus almost entirely on just getting 30 kilograms to orbit. If we can get 30 kilograms to orbit, I'll be happy, right? Which I'm thinking we build a tiny... I don't know, like a tiny little rocket engine. Like I don't know, like just a little satellite at the very top of this thing, right? Like up here, we could put like another stage or whatever. I'm thinking about how the fuck do we make this thing stable though? Because I'm not going to be able to put avionics on it, right? Hold on. I got some pretzels. They're not pretzels, chat. They're honey wheat braids. Whatever that means. All right. I mean, we could use the Aerobee again if we want to. It's a good engine, right? We could put like a tiny, tiny little payload in orbit. This could be a fairing that could, like, you know, disconnect. Do we want to make this a science core? Spin with RCS without Atmo is way more stable. Yeah, do we want to put RCS on this? With some thrusters or whatever? Science cores can't control that, right? You know what we could do? We could separate the fairings and then use RCS on this top stage to spin the rocket and then release the rocket. And then we could release this while it's spinning from RCS from this. So we can orient it exactly how it needs to go, and then we can spin it. Then we'll have ullage motors in this, and then this can go. Does that make sense? So, like, all the control can be in this top stage, but then this could just be a boost stage. And once it's going, it'll just go for however long we want it to go for, right? Alright. Hold on. Let's just see if I want to do this. The RCS can be ullage as well before separation. Oh, I never thought about that. I wonder how much force I would need. Maybe not too much. Again, we can just make a tiny little satellite. There's a tiny little satellite. We don't even need a satellite. We just need mass to orbit for now, right? That's real. And do we even have solar power? I don't think we do. Oh my god, we do have solar. Oh my god, these are huge. Holy shit. Okay, we can put something like this on here, though, if we need. There's no air up there at all. So, like, we can do something like this. Is the avionics additive? Can I get, like, 3 ton, 15, 5 ton, 8? You design what you want your avionics to be like, but I would generalize a design style. Because, like, if I were to remove this stage... Well, not like that. If I were to remove this stage here... How heavy is this? This is 6 tons. So I would need this to be able to move 6 tons, which it can move 7.9. When you start thinking about reusability for things, and like you need to like generalize designs that can do more control, more mass, or whatever than you currently have, right? Like that's a very important part of it. Also, I really do think we need fairings up here, probably. Once you get the tooling for a certain tank diameter, you don't need to do it anymore. Creating a larger diameter tank, though, will require it to be tooled. Exactly. Again, like, you basically are buying the machine to make that radius of tube. It is a little bit more money to make things longer or shorter, but it's not nearly as expensive as the tooling required for, like, like, look at here. This tank down here is 11,000 to be tooled. If I would tool that, I think if I made one longer, it would only be like a few thousand, maybe max. So, you want to decide on diameters pretty early for designs that you want to stick with. I kind of like the idea of 3 or 2.5 into 2. Or that's 1.5? 1.5 makes sense for this, though. Alright, hold on, let me think. Try this out. This is not... How do you change the height of this thing? Fairing? Closed? Open? Like, how do you fix that? Is it adaptive? Oh my god, it's adaptive. Holy shit. Wait, that's kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. This fairing shape, though, is egg. I feel like that design makes more sense for us. I'm a little worried about the The radius seems a bit large. I don't really understand. It does like this weird thing here. Is there any way to fix that? I guess it's because of the size. Well, if that's the smallest size that can go, maybe we just make this a little bit larger. Because this will be a very common thing we'll use up here. Also, I will say that we probably want to make this egg shape or something like that. I think delta might be smarter. I don't know. Just thinking about like the more usable space in here. I don't know, man. Maybe the... Maybe Atlas. I don't know. Again, the ratio for this rocket doesn't really make a lot of sense to me right now. I feel like we have way too big of a starter core compared to the next cores up here, right? Like it just doesn't feel right. This is not a good way because you cannot tool it. What do you mean by that? That's pretty... Okay, weird. Wait, that's how rocket development worked in real life? Historically, first stages were massively powerful. Oh, man. It's just like... It's difficult to make an engine that can be ignited without the ground, without making it tiny. Like, this is, like, very large for what we currently have. Right? So it's a little... It's definitely a challenge. You don't need to put up 1,000 kilograms of sat up there. You just need your last stage and sat. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but, like, this isn't 1,000 kilograms. There's no way. Right, I don't think so. I need to put RCS on this stage if I can. We also might not need this to be so tall, by the way. Like, can I resize it? Yeah, we could do something like that, which might be bad. I have no idea. Let's think about putting an RCS tank on this, which I don't know how to do that. Why can't I take this off of here? Oh, because that. So, Jesus, I have no idea how this works. Choose tank type. Alright, choose... Hold on. I'm just going to put some random ones on here. This is how much force? Hydrazine is probably what we're going to use. No. Hydrazine. We could use helium maybe if we even have access to that. You could use the ejection force and decoupler. We need to rotate this, and we need to reorient it as well. We absolutely will need to do that. Which of these? Oh my god, these are huge. We don't need them to be that large. Why not on the last stage? Because the last stage will not have a controllable core at all. It is just going to be a science core. So this stage here can control itself, but remember, it only controls itself off of gimbaling. When you add the RCS, the fuel option will show up, but you need high-pressure tanks. Okay. I mean, that actually makes sense, high-pressure tanks. I don't think we need to be this long either, probably. So we're going to fill that. I don't know... Also, we're going to want to quickly just, like, make sure this is balanced or whatever. Also, I'm going to want to just make sure this is the right thing, too. I haven't really thought this through. Right? Like, I need to stage this properly. Right, like this needs fuel. We don't even really have fuel for this. Put the utilization up. I think we're going to want to use high pressure aluminum or whatever. Right, this thing can burn for 52 seconds with this much fuel in here. Does that even burn right now? I have no idea. Oh god, okay, hold on. What is this? Oh, RCS. Oh, you have to activate the thrusters. Interesting. Huh. Let's see here. So we're going to decouple. We want to get rid of both these fairings. Then we're going to decouple. And while we decouple, like immediately after decoupling, we're going to want to launch this or ignite this engine. Pretty much. Because we can use that for the ullage, right? You don't click on the RCS to disable staging? You don't? What do you mean? Is there for no reason? I don't even see. What do you mean by that? Disable staging. Is that actually the problem? Does it like... Can you use it without it being active? I guess we'll find out. We'll have to simulate this anyways. Okay, now this means that this right here, this stage, stage 4, should burn for 1:45. That's way more than we can handle. So let's make this smaller. It's just not changing. So that must not be accurate. Right here. Separate and then here. Why is that not igniting? It needs high pressure tanks. Is this not high pressure aluminum fuselage? With the Aerobee fuel? Okay. I'm confused here. Highly pressurized tanks? Yes, we're using high pressure aluminum tanks. Because the root part's below it? Gotcha. I had a weird theory that might be the case. Wow, this thing is burning for no time at all. Something's wrong again. There's no way it's burn time 7 seconds. Right? That can't be right. Could that be right? Could that be right? I actually don't know. I mean, it's a strong engine, but like, is it that strong? Isn't this the engine we've always used to put stuff in orbit? I don't know. Maybe we got to make it wider? We don't need a nose cone shape like this, by the way. .40-second burn time. That by itself is huge. It's like a real rifle cartridge now. Look up your fuel oxygen to helium ratio. What do you mean? That's normal, right? Again, I just did this engine, and we should be on the AJ10 series. So isn't that normal? Why actually such a small diameter? This needs to be as light as possible. But, I mean, we don't want to make it too light. Like, we can actually utilize its weight, right? For sure. I don't know. Why does this not let me do 500 EC? Don't I need power in here? It has 1 kilojoule. I don't know. Weird. Not enough space, needs volume. I don't know. I guess so. Okay. Let's try to launch this, I think. All right. I'm happy with this upper stage for now. It's okay. We're going to have no control over it. The control is going to completely come from this stage down here. All right. I need to, very quickly, I just want to color the RCS with white so I can see it. And I want to use like a brown, not brown. I want like a greenish color from this. I actually really like that green color. It's nice. All right, and I think I will, yeah, just so we know this is like this. Now what we need to do, though, is we need to balance the RCS for this. That way it doesn't, like, flip around in space really weird. And we should probably get rid of this before... Well, I mean, that's fine. It doesn't matter. So this is the RCS build aid. This means I can move thrusters around, hopefully. Get rid of this. And you can see that it is going to be fucking hard to do this right. So, what's the plan here? Like, when we're up in space or whatever... Let's try it without balanced RCS and see how actually bad it is. Maybe it won't be too bad. Right? Okay. And then this has to go here. Alright. And then that will go to here, which is going to be the actual avionics computer part of this, which, again, this thing is now currently 77 tons, which is a little large. So let's make this thing able to handle 80 tons for now. And let's just do, like 2,000. Alright, so that will be... how do we do this? Okay. Maybe not that metallic. And then this is going to be... something like that. Okay. A little bit. Don't know how this is going to work. This is not... This is 8,000 delta V. Not a ton. Make sure this is the right stuff here. So ignite engines, then release. Then after that happens, we ignite this engine. And then release. It's like a hot stage kind of thing. Then we're in space. We separate these fairings, then release, and then we're good there. Do we KOS this? Not yet. All right, this is 1.26. It's actually not enough. So I'm going to reduce the length to 13. That's 1.34. All right, we're going to do that, I think. Interesting looking rocket, I'm not going to lie. Huh. Sort of interesting to me. I think we might have too much fuel, by the way, in this RCS tank, but I don't know how much we need, so I'd like to just try having this much. I think we need that at 100%. Torque? Remember, we could also make this better, this top stage, but I'm worried about not having control over it. We really can't squeak any more power out of this second stage. We could squeak more power out of this middle stage, but we're just too heavy now on top, right? Like, we're having an issue with TWR. Remember, back in the day, the R7 rockets had 4 boosters on the outside. I can't do that because it's too expensive right now. All right. So let's center this thing real fast. I think I'm going to save this as the 2. We'll save that. Let's simulate this and just see what happens. I have no idea. What about 2? It's not about the boosters. It's about being able to design the engines. Or sorry, like, you have to, like, unlock with science the engines, but then you also have to, like, buy the technology. It's $150,000 to buy one engine, the RS, or the RD-108, which is the center core engine, right, of the rocket, which I was kind of trying to show you. Right, yeah, the RD-108, if I go back to this chart. Hold. Maybe. Yeah, so the 108 it's got Vernier engines, and that is going to be the center core stage. The 107 only has side Vernier engines, and that is for the boosters on the side. That's another 150,000. So that would be 300,000 in total, which I don't have that, right? Like, I just don't have that right now to be able to do that. I wish I could show you better. Like, you see how this has the
A common...
the engine on the side? That's for steering, but it only goes on one axis. So you need it on 4 sides around the rocket, right? So, okay, let me just turn on autopilot. Let's just see. I'm going to stage myself, so we'll see what happens here. Yeah, I was wondering what was happening. We actually had a failure of the engine. That's interesting. Huh. Why not use the engine you already have to give it a kick? Engines are very expensive. I'm trying to also limit the single points of failure to minimal things. Just igniting one engine can be hard enough. After unlocking the R108, the R107 should be like 5K to unlock. Is that true? Is that actually true? There's 2 different engines, though. In the same family, there's a pretty large discount. Interesting. Okay. The floating verniers are ruining my immersion. Yeah. I think I'm gonna make a boat tail to go around this. I should probably design that soon. It's a very weird looking rocket because it feels like it is missing height, and it feels like it's missing the boosters around the outside as well. Right? It definitely feels weird to see. This upper stage 2 seems so small. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Oh wow, we didn't have we were able to get the engine started. That's cool. Are we getting to orbit today? Probably not today. This is like the weekend's goal is to get to orbit. So there's a very, very solid chance we don't get it today. Boat tail. Am I supposed to put that here? I just like that this is trying to explain to us just how fucking hard it is to really get to orbit. I want us to just really enjoy the challenge, because it is fucking hard, bro. Well, first off, this doesn't need a coupler. Just turn that off. Secondly, I might make this tinier, just like slightly tinier. Do something like this. The STX procedural tanks have a boat tail as a config. I know, I tried using it. I didn't really like it. Right. Okay. Again, it looks weird. It is weird. I need you to know that. It definitely just is weird. Okay. So the issue with this, and the reason why I flipped out of control, is it's 72 tons, and the avionics can only control, like, should control 80, actually. So what's up with that? Just because the avionics control it doesn't mean the rocket still isn't going to apply enough drag. I think maybe we save this and maybe we try doing a slower gravity churn. See what happens with that. You know what? I want to put wings on this thing. I say wings. I want to put a fin on this thing if I can. Let me see. We don't need these to be moving. But I just had a cool idea in my head for what these look like. I'm not sure if I can actually make them this way. So J here. I'm gonna probably run these down to about here, maybe. Okay. It's actually pretty close to what I wanted. I want something like this. I think that's a cool shape, I feel. Oh, we'll see. Max, what's up, my man? Thanks for the sub, my dude. Welcome back. Thanks for the tier 2. Chat, don't forget your primes. Thank you, Max, for not forgetting your prime, brother. So, leading edge. How do I click this? I want a biconvex. Bottom's rounded. Should be good. I don't want that to be like that, though. It's a bit concerning. Okay. And I would like these... Let's see here. I think, honestly, I'll leave the width as it is. I want to see if this will just give it a little bit more drag at the bottom. Or whatever. So we can close that. I do need to recolor these, and I'll recolor them as black. Hold on. Oh, you know what? Sure. Can I make the edge? That's an edge section. Can make that black as well. I see what that is. Okay. We'll leave it like that, though. Okay. Just leave it like that. All right, save. Simulate. Again, our LC is just not large enough for this. It's too tall, and it weighs a little bit more than we currently can afford. But let's simulate. I didn't look at the other stats, so I hope it's okay. Yeah. Avionics is not out of it, by the way. All right. Engage autopilot. That's good. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, launch. So, I don't know how this would work, but I think we'd be able to expand the top stage a bit. I could make this taller at some point. It does feel really slow. I agree with you. It feels almost too slow. But maybe it's not, man. I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's I call it iterative design, where you try something, see if it works, and if it doesn't, just iterate on it. Try something new or whatever. Make the turn angle more steep or it'll fail. Let's try it without it, and then let's try to do it that way. We can edit the ascent path to make it go up more vertically. I do think like 47 is a number I like. Maybe I'll just do that immediately. That just seems to be a good number for us. Yeah. Is the game running at real speed? What do you mean? Final angle of orbit should be about 0. Well, I mean, we're not even using these numbers correctly. Definitely a weird looking rocket, I'm not gonna lie. As long as it's pointed prograde, it should not flip. That is not true. That's not true. It has to do with drag and stuff. If we have a ton of drag on the tip and the pressure is pulling it down this way and the gimbals can't like counteract that, you basically can end up with a flip maneuver. Again, we're going to ignite the next stage's engine with about 2 seconds left in the stage, and then we'll separate. We'll see. We would have a script written to do this or whatever. All right, 20 seconds left. You can click on the far toolbar and get like an arrow analysis, and yeah, it'll tell you like coefficients of drag and stuff, right? Which we could actually use to calculate some really cool stats. I think the boat tail looks nice. I kind of like it. All right, here we go. 10 seconds. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think it's separating the way it was supposed to. Something's wrong. I think when I put it back together, maybe it connected the things incorrectly. Like, does this have a top staging, bottom staging, fairing decoupler off, decoupler enabled. That fairing is not that top fairing. Okay. Okay. Maybe the clipping is what's causing the issue. Yeah. Try that. Bit weird, maybe. I think I have it placed on the right node. Let's try it one more time. Maybe I can just stage it and see if it falls off the launch pad. Maybe I did something weird with how I ignited it earlier. I don't know. I think it's on the wrong node. Okay. Because I was going to say, I think it's okay that this fairing is a little bit too high. So I'll leave it there. Alright, save. Simulate. Let me make sure this is all in the same thing, though. There we go. Alright, save, simulate, and simulate. Alright. You can start in orbit to check your staging. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. Who needs boosters if you can fire 2 engines on top of each other to launch? Yeah, I mean, that's how we launched our first rocket ever, right? Which is kind of cool. All right. Let's give it a go. It's so slow. It's so slow, dude. Oh my god. Once we have a generic design that can make it to orbit, we can use it for, like, all of our stuff, though. I'm just trying to hope that this booster phase in the bottom can basically be reused, which I think it will be able to be, so I think it's good. I'm a little worried about the amount of mass we have to have on top. Also, I didn't look at how much mass our actual satellite was, but surely it's over 30 kilograms, right? All right. Here we go, dude. You manually launching? Yeah, I'm going to automate this eventually, though. I don't want to have to edit the script 100 times. So we'll do that after this is good to go. And we know what we're trying to be scripting. Alright, I need to make, like, an orientation script that can, like, keep it in the right direction for orbit. Orbital programming will be quite fun, actually, I think. Trying to figure out how to circularize and stuff. And again, I don't have, like, a lot of thrust control. I don't think I have any thrust control. And I also don't really have reignition control, right? These things can only ignite once, so it's quite difficult. Yeah. Beard, what's up, my man? Thanks for the sub, my dude. Welcome, welcome. Chat, don't forget your Prime subs, but I appreciate you all. Thank you, welcome. Viking, I can pet the cat for you. There you go. His name's Melvin. I think tomorrow we might do the programming part. I think today we'll do the ship design part, tomorrow we'll do the programming part, and then with those combined, we should be able to do, like, multiple missions to space. The real expensive thing, though, the big question is how much money will this final design cost? I'm betting a shit ton, bro. I will be streaming tomorrow because I did not really do a real stream yesterday. Though I technically did. I will be streaming tomorrow. I'm not setting an alarm clock. It's probably starting around, like, noon. And I'll just stream for as long as I want to. But I do got to get some fucking stuff done tomorrow, man. Sunday is the only day I have to do chores. So, I want to get all that stuff done. So, we'll see. Alright, 17 seconds. Again, we're going to ignite this engine with about 2 seconds left, I think. And then we will separate right as it runs out of fuel. Should, at least. Chores? Yeah. Is Hearthstone dead now? Oh, I don't know, man. What do you mean by that? What's happening? Why does this keep happening? It's like for some reason this doesn't have enough TWR to pull away from it, which is not true. It's like I can't pull away for some reason. Is it clipping actually a problem? Okay, let me try something real fast. It's fine. Oh my god. All right. Simulate. I'm gonna go in orbit. Start in orbit. Orbit altitude. 300 kilometers. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Circular. Okay. Simulate. Hi, Knife. I was just going to respond to you. Hi, Knife. I just saw your DM. I wasn't really looking at Discord. How are you? Happy Saturday. Okay. Whoa. All right. Does this work? If I just do, like... No, something is wrong with this. For sure something's wrong with this. Let's revert this back and figure it out. You cannot ignite in orbit. I can ignite the second one, though. Okay, let's make this a little bit shorter. Boom. And let's see if that is the problem. Oh, knifey knife. You have the weekend to relax, Knife? Hopefully. All right, let's try this again. Okay, and... I bet chat loves when they're right. Get that fucking smile off your face, chat. I swear to God. I swear to God. Turn the stream around. No ice cream today. All right, let's go back to not in orbit and see how this works. Maybe it was stuck on the RCS things. It's possible, yeah. It totally is. Yeah, just keep smiling, chat, huh? All right, engage. Engage. And release. Send it. I am lacking critical information. All right, dude. I didn't even say that was right, but I'm going to claim this victory over the streamer like I did. Yeah, of course. When one chatter is right, all chatters are right. When one chatter is wrong, all chatters are wrong. Take the W's while you can, all right? Because you take a lot of L's. It is what it is. I'm not even trying to, like, lie. That's exactly how it works on stream. Oh, by the way, for the person asking if this game is real-time, you can look up at the clock on the top left. If it is white, it is real-time. If it is orange, it means the simulation's lagging. At launch, it actually lags, weirdly enough. I didn't even notice that till right now. I was like, oh, of course it's real time. Why wouldn't it be? And then I guess it's like just slightly under it. Holy shit. What the hell? Meow. Meow. A contribution to the space program, we know. Okay, listen, bro. How many cat treats can we give to the beautiful Melvin? I have no idea. Thanks, Cash App. Not sponsor stream, by the way. Well, kind of is, I guess. I don't know how to describe that. That's weird. That's strange. Oh, man. Oh, wait, we're getting there? Hold on. 52 seconds. Did the meow go off? I gotta fix the meow, bro. We gotta see here. Yeah. Don't suss me, Lachlan. Oh my god, 25 seconds. I want to make a rocket that chat has control of. Right? Then I'm not responsible for the rocket blowing up this time. I want to make it so if enough of you will vote, it will like do the next stage or something. Or like point in certain directions. I want to see if y'all can land on the moon. Like, I'll make you the rocket, you land it. Alright? How hard can it be? Alright, here we go. Igniting. And release. Okay. Good. Good. Insufficient avionics. Oh, shit. My avionics are about 0.1 tons too little, I think. Sounds like Twitch plays KSP. Do you think you can do it? If I build you the rocket, can you land it on the moon? I bet you could try. For sure. I don't know. It lost control for a second? Yeah, and then the mass went down. That is why they make it so you have to have control for the first 50 seconds in the in missions, otherwise it doesn't count. That way you can't have, like, you know, the vertical part of your launch doesn't need any control. It will just go up naturally, and then you could, like, technically overload your avionics and then have them kick in after, like, you know, 10 kilometers or something, and then it will save you a lot of money. Or maybe you can squeak out more, I don't know. Either way, you need to have control over the rocket, or sufficient avionics. Are we going for orbit? If yes, you need to point it downwards. Yeah, probably. Yeah. We are going for orbit. No, we didn't stop KOSing. No. This won't make it to orbit, by the way, just so you know ahead of time, chat. But we can try. You should deploy the fairing while we're burning? No. No. That's such a bad idea. We're not even close to orbital, chat. Do you understand how big the Earth is? Okay, now we deploy the fairing. Perfect. Look at that. Look at that butte right there. All right, so what we need to do is we need to wait till we're at basically the apoapsis, kind of. So the apoapsis right now is currently 318,000. We're actually almost there. Okay, let me figure out how this works. So I'm going to turn on RCS. How does the RCS work? It's not the same controls? Wait, you said Chat. I was told I should not stage these. I was lied to. Staging them actually does activate them. That's good to know. There we go. All right, so now that I have these active, I can hit H. Oh, come on. How do I go? How do I go? Why is it not working? Why do you have 10% kerosene left? It doesn't burn at the same speeds. Maybe I forgot to put the right ratio in, too. I don't know. Someone said it's the wrong fuel. These are using what? I have no idea. Nitrogen, and this is not nitrogen. Shit. Okay. Well, hold on. We gotta revert. We're using an actual gas propellant, not a monoprop. Let's see here. So these are set up to be nitrogen right now. I guess I could do a whole bunch of different types. We might want to... Again, can I even do that? I could do hydrazine, maybe. I got a sub from Cash App. Yeah, they gifted 50 subs. Again, I'm not sponsored by Cash App, so take it as you want. Alright. I thank you is probably nice, but... Yeah, just so you know ahead of time. Okay, I guess let's see if I can make this a nitrogen tank. I have no idea. Where is nitrogen? Do we want liquid nitrogen? Where? Oh, it's right there. Okay. I have added an absolute gigaton of nitrogen. Let's remove some of that. Okay. All right. Nitrogen in here. Yeah. Still like an absolute gigaton. So, yeah. All right, let's give it a go again, I guess. Save and simulate. And again, this is why this is such a long process. We just got to keep testing and testing and testing and testing, man. Could get rid of some kerosene. Actually, let's not get rid of kerosene. Let's see if something was done incorrectly. I might have a different ratio of kerosene to oxidizer and stuff in here. Right? The engine I'm using is this S25 engine, and it is in the configuration S2-253. All right, so we need fuel for the S2-253, which is this one. But is it doing the right ratio is a question. We can do this by opening up the engine GUI. You can see the ratio here, 10.3 to 19.5 to 112. Okay. And I am currently, let me do this, let me do this. Yes, this is insane, by the way. If you're used to normal KSP, this is straight up like lunacy. Okay, so. Kerosene 10.3. AK-20, I don't even know what that is, by the way. 19.5. And that is interesting. And then 112 liters. Okay. Maybe you clicked a 108 before it. Maybe. Let's just, instead of doing the math, let's just pretend it's probably okay. Because that's less effort. And then let's just simulate and go. See what happens. AK-20 is nitric acid. Okay. Cool. Do you know what you can make with nitric acid? Nitroglycerin. which isn't even a nitro group, apparently. I didn't know that. All right. Sure. Oh. I'm eating pretzels and making a mess right now. There's just crumbs going everywhere. Okay. Whoop. No, it's good. All right. Yes, in simulation mode, we do not need to worry about cost or anything. This is like we're running a computer simulation for things, and then we have to buy it in real life. And then see, what TWR is that? 1.3, I believe, is a TWR, which is not even that low, but it seems so slow. Like New Glenn in real life, I believe. Let's see here. I think it's... Is New Glenn the one that's like super duper duper fast? Okay, so look at this thing take off. Look at that. Look at how slow it is, dude. It's barely moving. Saturn V, I believe, was 1.2 or 1.18. It was also very low. My engine has a gimbal 2 plates. Yeah, look at that thing, man, though. Oh, I love Methalox. Methalox is so beautiful. Saturn V was at 1.15 or 1.19. Yeah, that's insane. That's very crazy. All right, we are going. Oh, Ali, I think I like the radius for the bottom tank a lot. And I think if we have to make it longer or shorter or whatever, that's fine. But I like it a lot. So if we're going to do tooling, I think the 2.5 meter or whatever this is good. Sort of. I will fix this, by the way, when we get closer. Ali, thank you for the 6-month sub. Welcome. Thank you. Chat, don't forget your Prime subs. I appreciate all the Prime subs. The first stretched F9, 1.1 was a slow boy. Oh, interesting. Lower is more efficient, I guess? Not exactly. I would actually say efficiency starts around 1.3. Anything lower than that, I feel like maybe 1.2. I feel like anything lower than that is just too inefficient. Like, you're spending so much fuel to get, even like a fucking kilometer off the ground. You have to, like, kind of balance it. You don't want to have, like, 3 TWR, but you definitely don't want to have 1.1 or whatever. There's got to be a calculation for it. It is definitely based on the aerodynamic drag of your rocket, though, for sure. Or coefficient of drag. That's got to be a part of it, right? So, I don't know. All right, 6 seconds. And ignite. Separate. Perfect. Beautiful. Skills, what's up, my man? Welcome back, my dude. I did not think about changing the controllable tonnage. I should do that. Remember, if you see a brass ring, that is a computer. If you see white, that is going to be RCS gas. And if you see normal green right now, that's just the normal stage, normal engine or whatever. Check RCS. It's not on right now. I'll have to enable it. Enable. I'll do that from the VAB next time we go back when this inevitably fails. So since this is going to space, we definitely want to increase its... what's it called? We want this thing to, like, be controllable in space with no atmosphere or no engine gimbaling, so... It is something called, like, the Tsiolkovsky rocket equation. Which is about how much more fuel you'll need to add. Yeah, hold on. "15 seconds. Oh, I see KSP in this. Hey, it's Mike Aben. We love Mike Aben. Isn't that just the DV? Yeah. So it's basically the... VE is the so the change in velocity equals the velocity of the exit gas? I'm trying to remember. ln of the mass initial times mass final. Is that what the VE stands for? All right, and why are we oilaging? Stop it. Why? How do I turn this off? Press X? I didn't think these things just were like real motors. Okay. And these can be used as many times as you want. I have heard that these actually do have a failure rate, but it's like literally ridiculous. It's like you'd have to use it for like 50 hours straight for to get a failure or whatever. Okay, so that's pretty much what we want to do, and I think we also want to spin this. Oh my god, I love this. I've been wanting this for a long time, and I hope that maybe KSA is similar to this, but KSP, you just have way, way, way more control than you probably should, I feel, over your rocket with the SAS and the RCS. Any kerosene left? No. But now we have nitrogen, but it's probably because it's using this nitrogen as well, which is fine. So this is a much more realistic feeling for stuff like this. I wish the gas was much higher, though. I wish Waterfall just made these thrusters actually shoot out like massive amounts of RCS gas, because it is like with no pressure, it looks huge. It looks like a massive cloud. KSP is for normal people? Exactly. I agree. I totally agree. After playing this mod a lot, though, man, I kind of do love the challenge. Okay, we're falling, so let's go. Oops, that's not what I want. Okay, so we need to spin. And start going this way. No way we orbit? I don't know. We'll see. All right. 3, 2... God, can you even... 3, 2... Fail to ignite. I wonder if that... It wasn't even a... That's crazy. It wasn't even a ullage problem. Or an ullage. Sorry. It literally just did not ignite because it, you know, RNG. Maybe we should test this without failures. I don't know. Maybe it's just smarter. Okay. What do we want to change? This needs to be activated. Okay. So, oh, RCS enabled. No, that's not what I want with RCS enabled or disabled. What I want is staging. And what I want this to do is not activate. Enable staging. Okay, and then these also need that. So enable staging. Oh my god. You know what I'm going to do? Am I? Let's give that a go. And now we have these here. So when we decouple the fairing, I think I will then give us control over the RCS engines, and we should be good. Make an action group. I think it's good. These won't be on until later. And again, we'll do the 4-horn, which is fine. We might need more thrust than this, though. It's not very much. Okay. Things I need to do. Increase the authority of this to about probably 8.5 tons. Let's preserve dimensions. 8.22. That's probably fine, actually. And then I think they said I need to increase the authority of this, which controllable mass, it doesn't even matter. But let's do, like 1 ton, maybe? I can't do that. Increase the part size. Like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, this can't even control anything anyways. So isn't that fine? Let's save and see. 200 EC is not a lot. For what? For this? This is 1500 EC. Should be okay. And then this is 2000. I thought it'd be okay. Alright, let's save again. Let's launch again one more time. The final stage doesn't really need that much EC. I kind of agree. It does have... It's supposed to be a satellite, though, so it's got to go around the dark part of the planet. Interesting. So... Maybe I should make a control group. You had a couple enabled? I mean, if they're enabled, they're all enabled, right? I guess they'll be used with the thrust profile. Okay, so maybe we need to put a control group to enable these, and we actually can remove them from the... oh, what does staging do, actually? I still don't understand that. Do we disable them all, and then when it stages, it will enable them? If you disable RCS with R, it doesn't... Does it fire with the throttle? You actually cannot disable R. That's the thing I'm dealing with right now. It's weird. The stage just changes to disable to enabled. Okay, so then we will disable these. We will disable those. Make sure these are all disabled. Disabled, disabled. I'm disabled. All right, save, simulate, and simulate. 200 kilograms is a lot. 200 kilograms for what? Of nitrogen? Maybe. So RCS on and RCS off does not change anything. Activate autopilot. Let's go to space. Release. We don't know the amount of EC we need yet. I totally agree with you, though. And it's not 200 kilograms, right? It's 200 EC. Yeah, in this mod pack, everything is real scale, and the engines are very realistic as well. Like, for example... oh, I don't have it here, but I was showing you guys... this video of rocket engines, right, that Tim put up. And realistically, if you actually look at some of these engines, right, like this engine here, which is not popping up, like this here, right, the RD-108, the one we're using, has a ISP between 250 and 315, and it also has a thrust of about 941. If you look at this engine, which is the same engine, right, the RD-108, the thrust it's producing is like basically the exact same, and the specific impulse or efficiency is basically the exact same. ISP is really simple. Think if every engine had the same tank, right? I give you exactly 10 gallons of fuel. How many seconds can you drive on 10 gallons of fuel? Some cars are more efficient, and they're going to be able to drive for longer, like 10 minutes or something like that, instead of another car that can only go for 7 minutes. So instead of like driving distance, think of driving time, right? And that's in seconds, and that's your efficiency. So the longer you can drive, the more efficient of an engine you are with the same amount of fuel. It's essentially what it is. It's the best way I can describe it. So big number better, smaller number worse, essentially. You want engines that sip fuel, especially in space, because they're going to be doing longer burns. There's always a trade-off, though, for everything. All right. The higher the ISP, the better. Pretty much. You always will have trade-offs, though. All right? Like, engines that are efficient at sea level are not really efficient in space. And engines that are efficient in space are not really great on the ground. You're like wasting efficiency, essentially, by having these huge engine bells and stuff. All right. We are looking at... did I lose my Delta V page? What the hell? Where'd it go? There we are. Did I close it? I must have closed it without thinking. All right, 7 seconds. Okay. Perfect. I like that, man. I like that a lot. That looks good. Very good. We're going to burn this for a while. So I think the bottom stage and the upper stage is looking good now. We might want to like change some stuff with the amount of power we have. This does not look like the right number. How the fuck did I accidentally put like 1 billion things of power into this? But like that seems insane. I guess I did say 2,000 kilojoules, which is 2 megajoules. So maybe that's my bad. Okay, we'll be fine. We'll see. Release the fairing. I can try. I literally don't think it's possible right now. Okay, never mind. It's good to know. Because again, mass is not needed. Totally agree with you. All right. Yeah, we can, by the way, we can do that when we're out of the atmosphere in 150, which is good. All right. Do. Okay. Four seconds. I'm going to start spinning. Because it's going to take time to build up momentum. We have so much nitrogen. This is way too much. If you right-click on an engine, you can see if it has an ullage problem or not. You know, this tank isn't susceptible to ullage, is it? Maybe it is. I thought it wasn't. Because I thought we used high-pressure fuels. Or the high-pressure tank for it. Alright, dude. That was actually super good. It says at the top if it is. Okay, does it? Very stable. So it probably set up here. Wow, this thing is just fucking cruising now, dude. Holy. Again, this has absolutely no control over the rocket, just so you all know. It is basically just it's a small little computer that will just tell the rocket when it should stage. That's basically it. And, oh my god, we are going so fast right now. The screen is going nuts. This probably still won't get into orbit. But hey, the periaps... Oh, it's so close! Oh my god, it's so close! We are like, actually... Hold on. Look at this. Look at it. It's so fucking close. The periapsis is -7 kilometers. Usually that's like 1,000,000 meters, right? So it's like really fucking far. We are actually probably 100 delta V or less, maybe even like 50 delta V from being able to get into orbit. Wow. That is actually so good to hear. We could maybe even stretch this a little bit, just like a little bit of a stretch. We can try to remove some battery from this. We probably don't need this much. Anything to reduce weight right now could work. We could also maybe try to stretch the second phase a little bit. God, there's... Okay. Jesus, that went well, though. Yeah, expended 9242. Yeah, and we need about 9400 if it's, like, I think like a guaranteed thing. Not guaranteed, but, like, that's a safe number with a tolerance, right? Oh, yeah. I think this is good. I don't know how much we're going to, like, charge from this. Well, the thing we got to remember, though, is, like, I cannot control the solar panels, so they're going to go, like, doodle-doo, 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 and like that. Like, I don't know if that's good or bad. The charge is negative. Is that good? Again, this only needs to stay in orbit for, I think, 20 minutes. A stable orbit. So if this thing dies and goes defunct, that's actually okay. Wait a second. I have an idea. Oh my god. I have an idea. Okay. Revert flight. I have an idea, chat. Either use more nitrogen for the RCS or bring less to cut mass. Everything. Yeah. I totally agree. We're going to cut this down to 100 millimeter. 100, yeah, that's fine. I wish I could make this only work. Yeah, we'll just see what happens. Okay, idea chat. This science core, it's already... Are you joking? Wait a second. I never made this a science core. It was a near-Earth core. To put that in perspective, this weighs 600 kilograms. This weighs 17 kilograms. Oops. Oh, I kind of like that. That's kind of cool. I don't know how to tell you how dumb of a mistake that seems like, dude. That is crazy dumb. Okay. My bad. My bad, chat. My bad. Listen, man, I don't know what to tell you. That's like 500 dV right there. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I just don't... Look at that, man. We're at 9888 is crazy. Senfic, what's up, my dude? Welcome, man. Welcome, welcome. Check the second stage battery. I will in a second. Again, I don't think it's as big as a deal as what we just fixed. Okay. Again, we don't need this many insane... also, this can probably stay at 8. This is probably like, I don't know. We'll probably be okay with 500. That's actually pretty okay. 3 point... Okay, that's good. Again, we reduced this nitrogen to 100 millimeters now, which is good. This here probably does not need this much. Let's do that. And is 80 tons enough? Yeah, that's good. Okay. This is looking a lot better than before. I'm going to do one little thing here, which might actually be a mistake, but I'm going to just try to fix this a little bit. So we'll take this, this here, and I'm just going to slightly move it up. Good. Okay. Okay. Save. All right, chat. I think we're looking pretty nice here. Simulate and simulate. I need to make... maybe I should have checked my staging or whatever. Here, let me see here. Let's see. Are we going to space? I have a good feeling about this one, chat. Lock in. All right, lock in. Engage autopilot. 3, 2, 1. Good. Let's get thrust up. And send it. All right. Kaleidoscope. That's kind of funny. Okay. It looks like a 1960s ICBM. Perfect. Perfect. That's literally the design requirements. Basically, is we're like in 57 right now, and we're technically designing a rocket that can go like 7,000 kilometers. I'm over-engineering this though, so we can use it for that mission, and then also to put a 30 kilogram object into orbit, and then eventually I think we have to put like 1,000 kilograms in the orbit, which is going to be crazy. We're not there yet, I guess. But it looks good. I think it looks good. I almost did. Yeah, for real, actually. But that didn't make it to space, technically. Building a space station is going to get crazy. You know what? I kind of want to take a quick, like a little breather break, you know, like at the water cooler. We should look at what the future programs are going to require us to do. I theorize that we will be able to finish the heavy satellites a lot sooner than you all think. I really feel like designing this is going to be an important vessel that, for me, what I think I'm going to do is probably keep this bottom core design similar. Maybe we'll add SRBs to the side. But what I'll do is I'm going to basically, I think, just change the top stage a little bit, right? I like this design down here. I think this is good, and it works really well for this size. Again, we might just need a little bit more of oomph to get like 1,000 kilograms into orbit or go to like a really high orbit. But I will tell you, getting to orbit is like 95% of the problem. Like, if you can get there, getting to even like a high Earth orbit, maybe not high Earth, but like getting up to 150 kilometers takes like 9,400 delta V. To go up to like 300 kilometers is like an extra like 150 delta V. It's like almost nothing. So we might be okay. Like right now, I'm looking at stuff right, like you see this 39-second burn time. I'm pretty sure we can make that 50 seconds. I think we can. I think it's a 45-second burn time on the engine, and then it's like you can do an additional, what do you call it? I think you can do an additional 5 seconds on top of that. So like, there's still a lot more we can squeak out of this, I think. Same with this one too. On stage 2, I think that can get more burn time as well. I don't know. Go. There's no more EC on the probe. Okay. I wonder what that means. This has EC. I wonder if what they meant is like this stage did not have EC, so maybe I got to put a little bit more in. Just a little bit to control stuff. Probe in the main stage. Okay. You mean like the first stage, right? Like the center core. Okay. These clouds are $5. You have to subscribe to BlackRock's Patreon, and then you'll be able to download them. I know they're stunning. They're worth it, in my opinion. It's up to you. The RCS work? The RCS will work if I hit the R button, but I don't want to use it right now. I'm saving it for getting into orbit, right? I kind of feel like I should turn this off so it doesn't, like, transfer this to this stage, so this is actually used properly, but maybe it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, I guess. To be fair, maybe I should just get rid of this in this core and then just use this. Because if you think about it, I have like a third tank, like a pancake tank, on top of this engine. Like this, like, you know, we'll have like a tank here, tank there, and then at the very top we'll have probably a COPV. Well, we wouldn't have a COPV in 1959, I'll tell you that, or 1957. But we'd have something like another tank, and it would be cool just to have them all combined into one. KSP is on sale. It is. It's a very good deal right now. It's a damn good deal. It's not using the nitrogen in the last stage. That is just boil off. Then why is this nitrogen not even close? Because I filled this up with the right ratio. This should be at 0. I think it's actually taking the fuel from here and using it. Right? Disengage. Okay. We go. We wait. We wait, we wait, we wait. Okay, we start spinning. I want to start spinning because we are in a really good orientation right now. Oh, this is beautiful, man. I don't know what kind of RPM we want to get to, but definitely a decent amount. We're about a minute away from apoapsis. I don't know what just happened. I thought I just ran out of fuel. Maybe my game lagged. Someone said do -5. I think someone's wrong. Unironically. This seems like a pretty decent speed to be at. Okay, I'm going to start accelerating. This is for the ullage problems. Alright? And we're going to basically do both of these. Maybe even at the same time. I don't know. You kind of want to do it slightly after. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Good. See, me doing it manually is kind of scary, but I'll have a script do it for me. Yeah, Melvin needs a pet. I'm sorry, I'll give Melvin a pet. Thank you, Melvin. Melvin's keeping us safe. I feel so weird because YouTube doesn't understand who Melvin is right now. I did almost fail that. We almost had an ullage problem. All right, chat. Again, you're looking at this periapsis coming up. We still have 13 seconds of burn time. Come on. Send it, man. Send it. Just fucking send it. We are in space! Holy shit. Holy shit. You see what I mean, though? We are not just in space. We made ourselves an elliptical orbit. Okay, we have simulated a successful space mission. This is a satellite now around Earth. Holy shit. It's actually doable with the technology we have. Okay. You can check the engine ullage stab before staging. You might have a bigger problem on the real run with failures enabled. Failures are enabled in this, but I agree with you. What I'm going to do is write a custom script to do all this for me so I'm not spamming. Because I can time it exactly, like wait exactly 0.25 seconds, which really seems to be the exact amount of time you want to wait. Yeah. Holy, dude, we have a fucking tank in orbit with some solar panels. I don't even have a radio on this, but honestly, the radio built into this core, I think is enough to contact the ground. Okay, dude. Yeah. So if we just take some time, let's look at the power right now. We are going down in power, which is not good because this will burn out. But I will say that we don't need to be in orbit forever. We just need to be in orbit for about, I think they said 20 minutes, and that's all that's needed. So why are we losing power? The solar panels are just like they're spinning for one. You can see the power here going, you know, good and then bad and good and bad. We're just using more. You know what? Maybe I got to turn the RCS off. I don't know. This core takes power to run, though. Like avionics, we're not using telemetry or anything like that. You can disable avionics permanently, but I don't think I want to. Maybe I do. Yeah, this game is very realistic, so this is like a realistic thing. Like, things take power to run. Maybe just slap 4 more panels on it? Yeah, we could totally try that. And then when we get away from the sun, this will probably drop off a cliff, if I had to guess. How much mass would an experiment add? Almost nothing. But we've already done experiments up here, haven't we? Okay, and say goodbye to the sun. Okay. Actually, not that bad. Minus 27. That means that this is basically doing nothing. Yeah, we have a 30 decibel radio that's using too much power right now. I totally agree. Yeah, the solars are doing about 4 watts of power. That's really not much. To be fair, Sputnik didn't last forever either, right? Didn't it only last for a little bit of time? Oh my god, dude, look at the speed. It's going so fast. Holy. Okay, my game's like glitching out. Sputnik did not have solar. Yeah, it did not last that long, right? Yeah, the 1950s, 60s solar tech was bad. I mean, space is what let us basically expand our potential for solar, and it's what really led to a lot of innovation. We are currently at limited control. I wonder if that's just because it's science. Okay. Oh, this makes me happy, though, dude. Okay, Sputnik, if I remember correctly, was a satellite with a radio that just beeped at a specific frequency, right? Actually, didn't it beep like a specific Morse code or something? Or maybe not Morse code, but I thought it was something very simple. Like, super simple. Alright, dude, this is gorgeous. And the Soviets gave out the frequency? Yeah, because they wanted to prove to everyone that they did it. Can you imagine being like an amateur like radio enthusiast back in the day, which I assume in the 50s like a lot of people were, and like being able to point a radio, you know, antenna at space and hear boop 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 like coming from the satellite? That would have been wild. That actually must have been wild to experience. Like that, like how like everything changes at that point, right? Like the future just changed. We now have orbital, you know, mechanics. It's just Oh, man. That must have been wild. Okay. Anyone, can you think of any improvements for this right now? I don't know. Sputnik orbited 1440 times at 96 minutes. What do you mean by that? 1440 times? So a 96-minute orbit is basically low Earth orbit. It's about 90 minutes. Well, if I kill avionics... We don't get the internal antenna. Yeah. Yeah, we want to be able to communicate with this thing, in my opinion. And then eventually when we can't, that's like the natural death of this. Okay. Oh, I'm so happy with this, man. Oh, all right. Let's By the way, eventually we could put stuff like this up. We might have to eventually. How heavy is that? 0.04 tons. This is 0.04 tons. All right, let's save this real fast. Again, let's go back here and just see what we can do. I might need to double check the size of this satellite. Right? So, if this thing weighs 400 kilograms... Oh, that's a biological satellite. Which means it has to have the advanced biological capsule part. Okay. Okay. Interesting. This is not required. That's optional. Yeah, we have optional, optional, and then this is actually completion. Okay. All right. Let's do a little bit of thinking, a little bit of math or whatever. Could I even afford this rocket right now is a question, right? I have... Okay, to tool this rocket would take $45,000, right? That's how much it would cost total to tool this entire rocket with no changes to it currently. If I did that, this rocket costs $2,600 to make, down from $9,500. This is why you want to tool. How many of these missions do we want to run, right? That is absolutely astonishing. Like, I can launch this for $2,000, right, of my own monies. Now, it would cost me money to research this as well, right? Again, this engine here will cost me $150,000 to research, right? This tank would cost me stuff to research as well, etc., right? I want to increase the power amount, I think, to 400. Should be okay. I might even do 500. That's a nice number. Okay. So yeah, a lot to do there. Unlock sat science before doing too many sat missions. One of the runs I science locked myself. That is something that we actually ran into before, and we had to start firing off random rockets to try to like just receive some telemetry or pictures from like other biomes and stuff. So I can agree with you. To give you an example, chat, we got to put the biological science thing on here, and I think they want the advanced one. This is the size of that, right? It would fit in our fairing. I want this fairing to be the right size, though, right? Every time you remake fairings, I think it's... Well, okay, question, chat. These fairings are a bit weird because this is 1.110 by 4.8. If I put that in, it would be 5. Like, it changes the height of them. And I'm not sure if that's something I can tweak myself or not. I don't know. It gets longer. Yeah, but that means I'm going to have to retool these every single time. Right? And I don't see a way to, like, fix it at a specific length. You can lock fairing shape to prevent retooling. Okay, so you're saying if I were to put this in here... thank you. That's YouTube chat. That's YouTube chat. Yeah, don't get angry. All right, Twitch chat, that you're not as smart as YouTube chat sometimes. These are very not cheap to retool. They're 5,000, 4,000. Uh-oh. Twitch chat angry. Twitch chat very angry, dude. It's like a storm of bees right now. He just pissed him off. Yeah. Okay. Let me save this real fast. I'm going to leave. I want to go look at the other programs for what we're going to be doing in the future. All right, I think that's important to know. Let's go over here to the admin building. Okay, I'm going to pee though real quick, chat. I'm going to stand up. I just kind of want to stretch my legs. Also, I can put away these pretzels. Got the ASMR, bro. Okay, I'll be right back, chat. I'm playing an ad. Don't forget, if you don't like ads, you can always Prime sub or normally sub or whatever you want. That does support. I love it a lot. You won't see them, obviously. All right. Otherwise, you're not missing anything. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Maybe a good time for you to go stretch the legs, get some water, do your taxes or something. Study for your exam coming up next week, you fucking college kids. Yeah. I see you being lazy on Twitch. Smoke break? No smoking. Pluton, hello, my man. Thanks for the Prime, my dude. All right, I'll be right back. Where's my... Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. Be right back. All right, dudes. Oh my god. Ugh. Why am I cold, man? Jeez. It's cold, Matt. I think it's supposed to storm tomorrow in Texas, by the way. I don't know if you guys are over in Houston. I think it's supposed to hail pretty badly. I think it's barely going to hit Austin. I think it's mainly the Houston area. That'll be interesting, I guess. Oh, we can hire a chief designer. Wait, what does that do? Wait, hold up, man. Oh, holy shit. Speed of vessel integration. Okay, hold up. We had some massive storms and flooding in South Africa. Dude, the U.S. has been experiencing some really wacky weather. Was it, I think North Texas, like in the Dallas area, 2 weeks ago, or maybe a week and a half ago, was getting, what is this guy's name? It's probably like Faget or something. Okay. What the what an unfortunate name, dude. Oh my god. This is based on people, like real people. Holy shit. They're getting like baseball size hail in like Dallas, man. Yeah. Glushkov, or Glushko, he was the lead designer for one of the design bureaus in the USSR. I don't know if it was technically the first one or not. I'm trying to remember. I don't know. Mary Morgan is the only correct answer. Mary Sherman Morgan. U.S. chemist and rocket fuel scientist who developed explosives during World War II and then worked on hypergolic propellants during the space race. She invented the liquid fuel hydine in 1957. Unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine and diethyl nitramine, and offered a significant performance advantage over ethanol. Holy shit. That's crazy. Hypergolics pioneered, plus 12% to integration speed of vessels with large quantities of hydrazine-based propellants. Okay. Minus 5% confidence from contracts. That's an interesting one. Maybe because, like, the explosive thing? I don't know. Am I the only one seeing that the webcam mask with rounded corners is larger than the webcam itself on the left side? Oh. I have it cut off by accident. It's all good. Thank you. It's one of those weird little things, man. There was a time, by the way, where someone was using, like, I guess, really nice AV equipment to listen to my stream. And they're like, Waffle, why is your left channel, like, 3 decibels louder than your right channel? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I looked over, and I had my left channel, like, the fader, like, bumped up, like, slightly above the right channel. And I was like, how fucking long has it been like that? Because I don't ever touch them. They kind of stay there or whatever. I was just like, how do you guys notice these things? I don't know. Okay, Arthur Valentine Cleaver. British aerospace engineer. Okay. Oh, he was in charge of the engine for Spectre and Sprite. He invented Sprite, bro. Holy shit, I love Sprite. Oh. Someone told me that Sprite tastes spicy to them. And, like, I want to say I disagree, but, like, I think I understand what they're talking about, but I totally don't get that sensation. Okay. Minus 10% integration speed of... Okay. Solid... Oh, hold on. This guy's an LPO guy. That might be good. And we are using kerosene as well. Okay, maybe, just maybe, Arthur, potentially. Yeah, they think the bubbliness, like the carbonation, they really, I guess they think that's a sensation they associate with spicy for some reason. I don't know, I don't really get it. My best friend's kid calls seltzer water spicy. It doesn't really understand the carbonation. Yeah, it's the lack of flavor to mask the carbonation fizzing on your tongue. Maybe that's it. It is a bit weird. I don't know. Okay, let's see what this guy is. Maxime Belizean. Whoa, okay. Mercury spacecraft and contributed to the later Gemini and Apollo spacecrafts. That's cool. All right. Research speed for command modules will actually be important at some time, because we probably will need to do that. The creator of the Atlas ICBMs. Okay, interesting. Oh, wow. Very interesting. I don't really know this guy either. So he was an innovative rocket designer and creator of the Atlas ICBM, which is a big deal because I think Mercury flew on Atlas to begin with. Or maybe that was Redstone, and then Atlas was basically derived. I don't know if they actually used... They used the Atlas for the Gemini program, right? I'm pretty sure. But it says his achievements rank alongside Werner van Braun and Sergei Korolev, or however you say his name. It's not exactly how it's pronounced there. Which is crazy, but I guess a lot of his work was classified and people don't know about him. Interesting. Flaming hot Mountain Dew exists. Why would you say that? Mikhail? Okay. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Dude, minus 25% funds for vessel purchases and rollout is crazy. The Titan 2. Thank you, Deadbringer. Yeah. And then 5% speed of vessel integration, rollout, and recovery as well. But we get minus 5% speed to researching technology. Huh. That is really, really good. That's really good. Meow. 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 Yeah, Midnight, what's up, my man? Welcome back, my dude. Honestly, Werner van Braun is kind of a weird choice that I made for over here. Imagine if it was minus 25% on tooling. Yeah, I agree with that. That's like the majority of the cost. Okay. That's interesting. Again, a lot of negative confidence from contracts, which kind of sucks. But minus 13% funds R&D unlock costs is pretty good, actually. That is, like, if, for example, I got to spend $150,000 to unlock an engine. Imagine 13% less. That's a huge amount, I feel. Yeah, it's a lot less. Okay. Well, we don't need to choose one of these right away, but we definitely are going to want to choose one. I think we might go with Mikhail. This guy is minus 25% funds for vessel purchasing and rollout. That's good. And then plus 5% speed of integration, rollout, and recovery. Also good. But we just lose a little bit of speed for research. I think it's okay. Honestly, I think it's all right. Administration, though, like, yeah, we could check about what other people we have here. 8% research of all... Minus 20% time from program deadlines is interesting. Okay. Honestly, I don't know. I think Werner's fine. Are these real people? I mean, this is the mod that adds, like, the realistic progression. And, like, it combines a whole bunch of things together. But, yeah, it has, like, real programs that you have to kind of run, which is really interesting. Like I was saying, though, we can't do... Oh, yes, we can. So once we complete this heavy satellite program, we'll have access to other ones. I guess... We will need to upgrade the tracking station to at least level 3. So that'd be important. And then we get to decide. I don't really know which one. I guess we could do both. But we have early Earth observation satellites, which will require heavy to be finished. And then we could do this, which is complete cosmic ray satellite beyond LEO. Cherenkov detection. What is Cherenkov? Is that... It's radiation of some sort, but I don't remember what it is. I don't know. Does anyone in chat really smart? It's like radiation, but what kind of radiation? Because I know they did like Van Allen belt radiation detection. I don't know. It's like the fluorescent light. What does that mean? Like the blue light in a fission reactor. Okay, so why would we want to study this in space? Where would it come from? How have I watched this before? Did I get like drunk and watch a video about Cherenkov radiation? Which does happen, I guess, sometimes. Let's tune in and see what I was cooking up. Oi. Oi. Oi.
Anything about science, anything at all, you know that it's impossible to go faster than the speed of light. And that's pretty much true, although a little caution is required. There are a few situations where it's actually possible to break that ultimate speed limit, although if you think that this will lead to something like this,
engage. Peak.
You'll be disappointed. Sorry about that.
Peak.
I made an entire video on the special cases, which you might want to look up. In this video, I want to tell you about one of those special cases, but it'll be backwards. Rather than having an object going near the speed of light and then speeding up, instead, I'm going to talk about a situation where an object is traveling at near the speed of light, and then we slow light down. That's a bit of a cheat, of course, but it's still pretty interesting, so let's talk about it. When we talk about the speed of light, we really mean the speed of light in a vacuum. When light encounters a transparent medium like glass, plastic, water, or even air, it slows down. You may have heard of this if you ever took an introductory physics class. The phenomenon is called the index of refraction, and we know that in glass and plastic, light travels at about 2/3 the speed that light travels in a vacuum. In water, it's about 3/4, and in air, the speed is only a tiny, tiny bit slowed down.
Interesting.
So that's the trick. Suppose you had a vacuum with a light beam in it with an electrically charged particle like an electron or a proton traveling alongside it at very nearly the speed of light, say 99.99% that speed or something. The two of them would stay together pretty much, although the photon would slowly pull ahead. Now, suppose that we shoot the two of them into a huge tank of water. If we did that, the electron would continue to travel at 99.99% the speed of light in a vacuum, while the light beam would instantly slow down to 75% its normal speed. In this situation, the electron would be traveling faster than light. Boom! Mind blown. So having a particle travel faster than light is already a kind of cool thing, but it actually gets even better. The first person to notice that the liquid surrounding a radioactive substance glowed blue was Marie Curie, because, well, you know, Marie Curie. She was totally the bomb.
Whoa.
But the person who typically gets the credit for the first observation of the phenomenon is a Russian student by the name of Pavel Cherenkov. He first saw it back in 1934. Now, before I tell you about the physics, I'd like to talk a little bit about how to spell his name. Because he was Russian, the proper way is to use the Cyrillic symbols. On the other hand, On the English-speaking internet, you typically see it spelled Cherenkov with the CH, since that's the sound that starts his name. On the third hand, you'll almost never see it spelled that way in a physics book. In a physics book, the name starts with just a C, not a CH. And occasionally, you'll see the name written with a C with this little accent symbol on top of it. So, I don't know what a real linguist would tell you is the right way to transliterate the Cyrillic, but I always say that, well, physics is everything. From that, I conclude that the physics way is the right way, and from that, I can authoritatively tell you that you spell it with a C and no H or accents.
I like it.
Or not. I'm a physicist, not a linguist. What do I know? So let's move on. When Cherenkov saw the blue light emanating from water surrounding a radioactive sample, he told his advisor, Sergei Vavilov. Vavilov shared the observation with two of his colleagues, Igor Tam and Ilya Frank, and Tom and Frank figured out what was going on. It turns out that when an electrically charged particle moves through a dielectric medium at a speed faster than light moves through that material, light is emitted, and that light is called Cherenkov's light.
Okay, so when you have a fission reactor, right, like a standard fission reactor that is basically a neutron hitting an atom or whatever you're going to call it, like a particle. It's not a particle. A neutron is hitting a element and it's splitting, right? And that is splitting into two other elements, but it's also releasing neutrons as well, right? Those neutrons are shot off at the speed of light or near speed of light. I for some reason I didn't realize that. I don't know how fast neutrons move, I guess. In this situation, I'm not really sure. I thought maybe it would be like limited behind the medium or something. I'm not really entirely. I don't know much about radiation though. Not the speed of light. It depends. Yeah, that's how it should always be answered. Every single question can be answered that way. There are also some fraction of electrons involved as well. Okay. And the electron... Okay. Okay, we're getting a little... Again, we're getting into a very complicated subject that I would love to talk about more. It's not really relevant to rockets, but it is cool, I think. Neutrons don't really get close to C. So is it the electrons then? Or is it different particles? Because we're talking about like alpha radiation, beta radiation, gamma radiation, which are different like wavelengths, I believe. I don't know if it's always an electron causing those. Maybe not. I don't really know. It's about the amount of energy in that too. It's weird. I'm not really sure. Yeah.
Now, the exact detailed mechanism whereby light is emitted is quite complicated. Maybe I'll describe it in a future video. But basically, it's created because the electric field of the charged particle disrupts the electrons of distant atoms, and those disruptions cause even more disruptions to other atoms. When you add up everything, Cherenkov light is emitted, but only if the charged particle is traveling faster than light.
Whoa, okay. That's
if light
wild,
is emitted at a point represented by this X here, it radiates from that point in a sphere. You can see how it works in this animation. The sphere grows at the speed of light. But the particle, which is represented by this red dot, is traveling faster than the speed of light. You can see that the dot moves away from the X faster than the sphere grows. Now, suppose light is emitted when the particle is set at a different location. That light will also leave the point in a sphere, and the sphere will also grow. This process can appear again and again and again with a series of spheres. The edges of the spheres line up, which you can see here.
And I'm betting that it has like a constructive and deconstructive interference, where basically the only thing left is blue, if I had to guess.
And, of course, light isn't emitted just at these locations where the X's are marked. The light is emitted everywhere along the path of the charged particle, and the result is a cone of light growing around the path taken by the charged particle and traveling forward. So those are the basics. A charged particle traveling faster than light in an appropriate material results in the particle and material combining to give off light. That light tends to be from the purple and blue side of the spectrum. I'll show you an example of that in a minute. But scientists can use more information than the simple observation of blue light. The shape of the cone tells you how fast the particle is going. If it's going near the speed of light, then the cone is very fat. But if the particle is going much faster than light in the medium, then the cone is very skinny. Another thing scientists can exploit is the fact that some particles are created in the transparent medium, moving just faster than light, and then, because of interactions with the medium, they slow down below the speed of light. That means the particle will emit Cherenkov light for a little while and then stop doing so. And that means that the light will not be a cone forever. Instead, you'll see a gap between the two wavefronts. Now, what I've shown you here is in 2 dimensions, but of course, it's a 3-dimensional thing. The light comes out as a ring. This particular feature is very useful in huge Cherenkov detectors. For instance, the Super Kamiokande experiment in Japan.
Isn't this for neutrinos? This is crazy. Do you want to know what these balls are, chat? If I understand correctly, they're light detectors. And they can detect like a amount of light that is so unbelievably small. Like because it has like an amplifier that's supposed to take like a single photon and be able to make it into like many thousands, if not tens of thousands or millions of photons, so you can actually detect it. But like the one in Japan is nuts. I don't know if this is. I think maybe they have 2 of them. They're on a boat, by the way. That's actually a real thing. It's really cool. Neutrinos should be moving faster than light through that water. Oh my god. Is that why they filled them with heavy water? Because light travels slower through the medium, and the neutrinos will travel faster, so they'll give off the what's it called? The Cherenkov radiation. They're underground, so they don't have random signals basically interacting with these, by the way. They don't want random space particles coming through here. They want just neutrinos. That's why they're buried in mountains and stuff. Neutrino hits the water, gives off a very bit of the Cherenkov radiation. But again, it's not because it's interacting with the particles in the water. It's because it's going faster than light. Holy, is that how, am I understanding it? Both, though? Wait, is it actually both? So, like, okay, maybe he'll explain it in a second here, but, like, that's actually insane. Yeah, neutrinos don't interact with the water. Yeah, I thought neutrinos don't interact with anything, by the way, chat. I thought they literally are like a weird particle that just zips through literally everything. Like, they just go through Earth like it's nothing. That's why it's really weird. Like, they're weird particles. I don't know. We do not need to get into neutrinos, man. We're getting into, like, shit that I don't understand how to explain because I don't know if most people understand how to explain them. Or whatever. I don't know. It's very weird. Yeah, once in a great while, they do hit something. It's because they're so fucking small, right? Like, they basically just, they just move through things not hitting any of their atoms or whatever because they're just so fucking incredibly tiny, right? I don't know. It's weird. Okay.
It's a ginormous tank holding 50,000 tons of water. It's a cylinder of
If I understand correctly, by the way, that water is very special water, and it is extremely fucking expensive.
about 40 meters, both in diameter and height. That's about 130 feet for Americans. In the Super Kamiokande detector, or Super K, as it's often called, neutrinos enter and interact with the water. The neutrinos convert into electrons or muons, which are charged particles that can emit Cherenkov light. That's basically how it works. Some of the neutrinos that interact in the water are low enough energy that electrons or muons don't travel very far. Therefore, the Cherenkov light makes rings inside the detector.
Wow.
Using the size of the rings and the time the light...
Muons, I'm trying to remember what that means, by the way, because I feel like I knew this at one point. Maybe someone in chat can remind me. Muons are specific, though. Like, they're another type of particle or something like that. This is the type of physics, by the way, that I completely did not do well at in college, which I probably was just like a caring thing, but like it's very interesting, but it's also like one of those things where you will pay attention to things you're interested in. And I just did not give a fuck back then. But now I'm like, this is like a crazy thing because you just learn. And the more you learn, the less you know, I feel. Muons are just protons and neutrons, I think. It's got to be more complicated than that, right? Surely?
That arise at detectors throughout the apparatus, scientists can figure out the energy and trajectory of the parent neutrino. Really a very cool technique. Cherenkov light is used for many purposes in particle physics experiments, but it's probably mostly used in these big water neutrino detectors. If you're interested in other applications, you can, of course, Google it. Before I close, I want to share a very awesome video. In this video, a nuclear reactor is surrounded by water, and the reactor is turned off. As the technicians turn the reactor on, it begins to emit countless charged particles into the surrounding water.
That's wild to see.
And as it does, you can see the Cherenkov light begin to be emitted. It's one of my favorite videos.
Yeah, we can. That's a really cool concept. It's funny because you would almost think that maybe it has to do with like heat or something. Like, oh, it's getting hot because of like the radiation is causing the heat or whatever. It's wild to think that has nothing to do with that. Like literally nothing to do with it. That's really cool. Our friend Google, we love it. I thought this was a good video. You guys need to fucking chill out, by the way, by him talking slow. This is the speed that he needs to talk at for me, because I don't understand things very quickly. So, you guys watching stuff on 2x speed, I feel like just aren't absorbing information, because some things you just have to think about for a second. All right, anyways, slight detour to figure out what the hell Cherenkov detectors would do. Again, I guess it makes sense, right, to be able to do that in LEO, sure. Maybe. I think the blue tint is because of water being the medium, if I remember correctly. I guess so, yeah. Like I said, the color of the actual light emitted, it probably has to do with the speed difference between the particle and the speed of light in that medium as well. That's just what I'd guess. Right? Veritasium did a video recently, I think it was Veritasium, about the, like, why you see, like, a rainbow effect through structural... Well, that's because of structural stuff, actually. So it's not a really good example. But essentially, it's the way that light is reflected off of it, basically is forming specific wavelengths. Okay, magnetometry, that's really big. Infrared radiometry, reach orbital speed, and return safely to Earth. And then dedicated Earth imaging satellite. That's cool. All right. So that'll be from the early Earth observation satellite. Then there's another one we can do, which does require a Tier 3 tracking center, which I'm going to have to do research for lunar level tracking, or sorry, lunar level communication. I'll get antennas soon that will be able to reach the moon, but I'm going to have to like put satellites in orbit to like bounce signals off of it or something. Like, I don't know. I have the hiccups right now. Shit. Okay. So this will allow us to... Objectives. Tracking station level 4. Complete first navigational satellite, so I guess GPS. Experimental transatlantic television. Trans-Pacific television. Soviet television. And Paris-Moscow television. Okay. That must be specific orbits that will match that location. Again, my theory might... I don't think those will be... Navigational to me makes me think of GPS. So, I don't really know. That's not a lot of funding, man. That's weird. Okay, so let me get done with that. And then we have first generation commercial applications, which is telecommunications, Soviet television, and Moscow telecommunications. Then we have a lot of telecommunications. Okay. And then we have a third level, which is more telecommunications. Okay. Then we have lunar probes, lunar flyby, lunar impactor, lunar orbiter, tracking station level 2. We'd already have that, surely. Right? We'd have it at level 4. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, holy shit. We can do this one basically next. If we really wanted to. We could... Holy shit. Okay, so we don't technically need to do that. Again, you're going to accept multiple programs at the same time, just so you know. So this one seems really crazy. This one is a bunch of different. So we can go and do lunar missions soon, I guess. That's kind of cool. Uncrewed lunar surface exploration. That's fucking crazy. We haven't even done EVA stuff. Like, we should definitely do crewed orbit stuff first, and then think about uncrewed lunar. I guess this is like, okay, when I say uncrewed, my theory is like, you're basically simulating the crewed landings, but no, this is probably actually very different. This is, yeah, this is very, very different. Okay. So this is lunar landing, lunar orbiter, and what was the first ever lunar landing? Surely it wasn't manned, right? Like, surely we sent down probes and stuff, right, before sending Apollo? Does anyone actually know that? All moon missions wiki. Hold on, this would be a cool thing. Surveyor. So, launch failure, 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 partial failure, launch failure, success. This is an impactor and a flyby. Lots of launch failures. They were trying to figure out rockets back in the 60s. It took a while. Another impactor, another impactor. This is the Ranger series. Impactor. Oh, they tried. The Soviets tried, man. Lander, lander, lander. All failed. Flyby again. Success. Lander. This is the first moon landing? Yeah, Surveyor was not the first one. Yeah, okay. Luna 9, the first spacecraft to land successfully on the moon. Touchdown on the 3rd of February, 1966. Returned data until February 6th. With soft landing, the Soviets became the first country to successfully land on the lunar surface. Why have I not known that? I thought after getting, like after essentially Mercury started and the first EVA, I thought the Soviets fell really far behind. Like, they just basically couldn't keep up. Weird. I don't know when the earliest missions were for the Mercury programs. If that was actually before or after this, my dates are weird. But 1966, right? Surely they had, like, surely they did the at this point the Soyuz missions, right? It was close till they fucked up the N1 lunar rocket. Yeah, this was on the Molniya M. It's a launch vehicle from R7. Okay. Weird. Yeah, Mercury was earlier. Okay. Dude, you know I love space. Why is this actually the first time I'm hearing that the Soviets were the first one to land on the moon? Isn't that why? Like, why? That's actually crazy. You think that would be a common fact to know. The Soviets had an active lunar and planetary probe program. Yeah, we know. Yeah. Maybe it's propaganda. I don't know. But, like, sure, I watch a lot of shit on YouTube, man. I'm just surprised that no one's ever mentioned this. It wasn't manned? Yeah, but still, dude, come on. If you play KSP, you know it's difficult to land like anything on the Mun. Like, I can't believe doing it in the 60s. That's just fucking nuts. But, like, yeah, that's crazy. The Soviets went to Venus too. Yep, and Mars. The Soviets. Oh, I don't understand. I don't remember. The Soviets, I think, were supposed to beat us to Mars, but they barely lost the race to Mars. They got something in the sphere of influence of Mars, and it did a flyby of Mars, but unfortunately, it wasn't, like, communicating back to Earth. And I think if that would have communicated, they would have won. And then, like, a week later, the NASA got a flyby of Mars that actually did communicate. And then shortly after that, I think then the Soviets did it themselves as well. And they got even closer. But, like, there's a whole video I watched about all of the history of Mars missions. The beginning of Mars is basically like this. Like, this is very similar if you look at it. It's basically a fuck ton of failures getting to orbit. Second stage is lighting properly in orbit to actually go to Mars. Communication failures, just all these failures that happened early on because it was just a very weird. It was very early in the space age, like, timeline, and, like, the material science wasn't that good, and we still didn't really know a lot of stuff. And it was very difficult for them to design rockets that were successful. But eventually, you start seeing these things become more and more successful, and it just seems like, you know, failures aren't super eventually they're just not super common, right? Like, I think because of the early era of Mars missions, I am almost positive that the chance of landing something on Mars right now is like 50% for a mission to Mars being successful. But if you remove like the first like 30 years of the space program, it's like a 90-something% chance. It's like way higher, right? Very cool. Yeah. Do you guys want to know something fucking insane to me? When you think of memory, right? When you think of memory, you think of like if you actually look down at the microscopic level, right? Memory looks like this, right? And each bit is basically like right here, you know, like right here. Like you'll have like a bit you can store, right? And you have 8 of these, and that's a byte, right? And you have a whole bunch of these, right? Have you ever zoomed in at this level? I went to school for this, and I learned this like 2 weeks ago. But the way it works, if I understand correctly, is you have a basically a way to detect what something is here, right? And it's kind of hard for me to like draw this out properly, so I think I'm drawing this incorrectly here. But you have a transistor, right? And then you have a capacitor, and you have an output. You have a charge. I think you have an output, and then you have like a ground or something like this, right? And the way it works is basically this is set to a value that you can set it to, and it's based on the capacitor's charge level. So this right here, this capacitor, if it's not charged, it's a 0. If it is charged, it's a 1, right? So what you can do is you can basically say like, hey, I want to set like this bit right here. I want to set this bit to 1. So you basically select that you select that you want to, you know, do that, and then you put in a voltage, and it will charge up the capacitor, right? Once you have the capacitor charged, you can basically disconnect this, like because it's a little transistor, and the capacitor stays charged, right? So now you have like a fully charged, bloop, 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 you know, like battery essentially. And then when you want to see what the memory is in this state, you can basically just activate it. You know, you can use the transistor, and it will basically connect you, through the capacitor, and it will basically show, hey, we have, this is a positive voltage, and that means it's a 1. If it's 0, though, that means it is there's nothing there. What I did not know, though, is when you are using memory, the actual charge starts decreasing. Because, like, when you are detecting through the capacitor, right, like, you end up, like, draining the capacitor. So, like, it slowly goes down and down and down. And then, like, and then it's, like, here. But, like, then you've detected, okay, we know that's a 1. So then you have to charge it again, which is really weird. So, like, after you look at the value in memory, then you have to go back and charge it back up if it is a 1. And, like, that's basically how all memory works, I guess, which is weird. And you also get leakage? I guess so. I don't even know how that works with material science. But, like, I don't exactly know when this style of RAM was invented, but I don't know if these are like the trench capacitors or whatever, but this is a very common style for memory. I think this took a long time for us to come up with, though. In the early Soviet and American days, when we wanted to use programming, we basically would just take wire, kind of like red wire, and we would just wrap it around ferrite cores, right? And we'd have just like a whole bunch of ferrite cores, and if the wire went through the middle of the ferrite core, it would count as a specific value, like a 0. And if it went around the ferrite core, it would count as a 1. And we actually did use ferrite core memory before we used any sort of shit like this. We actually it was very similar. We had like a whole grid of ferrite cores, and then you basically would have like your wires going through it like this and like this. And depending on what you set them to, the ferrite cores would be able to basically hold. And again, this was changeable memory. This was not, right? So like the early rope core memory, essentially just used like a whole bunch of these ferrite cores to basically program 1s or 0s this way. And it was very smart. It was kind of uncrashable in a way. Like it was basically always there. You didn't have to worry about volatility and stuff, like, like your capacitors draining or whatever. And it's a really, really cool problem that they had to solve. But it's really wild, man. Web dude, what's up, my man? Welcome back, my dude. That is dynamic memory with caps and auto recharge clock. Static memory is a whole other thing. Yeah. So are you saying DRAM and SRAM? Okay. Yeah. SRAM is like mostly 6 transistors. Yeah. I feel like SRAM was very common, right? I feel like SRAM was like what we mainly used before we went to DRAM. I'm trying to remember, man. I've watched a lot of Asinometry, and he has never explained this recharging part. I never really understood the recharging part here or whatever, which is neat. SRAM is what they use for L1, L2, and L3 caches. Okay, so you'll see it in CPUs, right? Okay, I gotcha. And then in actual, like, you know, memory that you use for, like, your graphics card or memory that you'll use for your computer, it's all DRAM. Very interesting, man. The whole history of RAM is just an insane story, I feel. Okay. We're still going through all these because I'm kind of done with rocketry today. And I kind of want to just look forward to what we have in the future. Tomorrow, by the way, what we are going to do is we are going to program and fund, produce, and launch our first satellite. So we got to do the programming tomorrow, which will be a lot of fun. And that should be good. Hopefully. That's our goal tomorrow. So it's like a 2-day mission, basically. Today was the design day. Tomorrow's going to be that. We're not done with KSP today. I want to keep looking through stuff if possible. Yeah. What Project Hail Mary releases on digital? When? I know there's like a torrent out for it right now because Russia leaked it. Some theater in Russia had like an IMAX fucking digital rip get released already. What, like the rip or what? Oh, it's tomorrow. Really? I think I'm going to buy it on Blu-ray. The Project Hail Mary. I think that's one of those movies that I think you just have to own on Blu-ray. It's fucking gorgeous, dude. I worry in 100 years that no human is going to know what detailed electronics are. Oh, they will. Yeah, they will. I don't think it's going away. I don't think AI is going to revolutionize like solid state design. I don't think so. Again, it's a much more complicated problem for it to approach, I feel, than like make an app, you know? I feel like again, having I don't know, I just don't really see that being a thing, I guess. Like it's like they're saying AI can replace doctors for like diagnosing things, but like not for like the research part. Like that like AI can't just do that shit. Right? Like the research process is going to be heavily human influenced, just like the design process and research for, you know, new semiconductors and stuff like that. Like I don't see how that's going to be possible, really. Yeah. Okay. So I wouldn't really worry about it. I think if you're going to school right now for like electrical engineering, chemical engineering, I think you're set. You don't really got to worry about it. Okay, so then we have lunar landing. Okay, so this will be a really fun one to do then. Lunar surface. Did I tell y'all I want to automate the lunar landing? I don't know if I've told you that yet. I would like to automate lunar landing through my own script, which is going to be something. It's going to be something. I don't even know what it's going to be yet. It's going to be something, though. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I have no idea. I feel like it's doable. I'm just going to have to calculate. Like, I know the equations are out there, and I'm going to have to go back and find them and stuff, but, like, I'm just going to have to figure out the vehicle control and stuff like that, man. It shouldn't be too bad. I'm going to college after a decade in the workforce. Thanks you to whoever said they have a mechatronics degree. I feel like mechanical engineering is pretty big too. I feel like that's because mechatronics would definitely fit into mechanical. As a biochemist, AI is effectively useless to make the stage. Yeah, I don't know what you would use as a researcher, like how you would use AI as a researcher, besides maybe helping you stay organized. And like answer emails and shit. I don't know. Like I'm not really sure. I would actually be very careful about using it because wouldn't that just like taint your results, which would be like a waste of your time? I don't know. It's just weird. Auto landing scripts are fun to implement. Took quite a while to get it working, but it's satisfying. Yeah, it's much more difficult when you have an atmosphere to worry about, but we shouldn't have to worry about that. Like I said, once we're able to get to orbit, I think we're going to start accelerating in this game quite a bit. I think getting to orbit is definitely a challenge, but now it's just going to be about like scale, right? Like once I get like SRBs and stuff, I can send more stuff up and everything too. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay. Early lunar probes. So again, impactor, lunar landing, flyby, uncrewed, orbiter, and then tracking stations. This is the uncrewed lunar landing, and there's mapping, and then this is far side landing. I don't think that requires like a rover or anything like that. Crewed orbits. So this is like the Mercury program and the Gemini program. So orbital speed and return safely to Earth. That'll be a test article. Orbital test flight uncrewed. First orbital flight crewed. Collect basic crew science. Dude, this feels just like they did it in real life. Fly this, fly the test article with no one in it. Return. Do the whole mission without crew essentially. Then put crew in it, and then do other then science time. That's really cool. First EVA, first rendezvous, first docking. That's kind of cool. Okay, and then this is for early inner planets probes. So Mars flyby, Venus flyby, Mars flyby. Sorry, Mars orbit, Venus orbit. Yeah. Okay. All right. What else we got? And then we have crewed lunar exploration. Holy. Oh my God. $18 years to get it done. And you have to do... It basically is just a human landing. Or a Kerbal landing. You need to build in landing site selection. That's what I want to do as well. It's like I want to be able to... Yeah, that's actually a big problem. When I say I want it to auto land, I don't just mean like we have ground and it just has to settle down or whatever. I want to like pinpoint the location, right? So like if I want to hit this spot, I need to figure out how to like do the suicide burn, essentially, because I think we're going to have to probably do a suicide burn. Maybe not. But mainly it's like, how do I cancel out my horizontal speed and my vertical speed to be able to land right there? That's going to be really hard. Again, at the end of the day, it's just, I assume the equations are actually quite simple. Like, these equations have been known for decades now. Is it even possible to pinpoint land at this tech level? Yeah. As long as we have connection to the KSC, and I can use scripts or whatever that are as large as I want, and I'm not limited, to like 10 megabytes of space of memory or whatever, I should be okay. Historically, engines that were made specifically for landing have deeper throttle. Oh, yeah. Well, you're talking about hypergolic engines. Hypergolic engines, you basically just put two types of liquids together and they combust. The more liquid you throw together, the more combustion you have. The less liquid, the less combustion. So it's a lot easier to control the speeds at which those go together. And I feel like that's way easier to control for that. That being said, were the landing engines on the LEM hypergolic? I don't even know if they were. I'm not sure. Okay. So this is what I wanted to look up because I was kind of curious. This is the early Earth space stations. So this would be like Space Lab and stuff like that, and the MIR, I think, like the MER space station. So collect prototypes, second generation, and collect science. Okay. Simple enough. Mars exploration. This is for like Mars rovers. Okay. Venus. This is the Venera missions. Small bodies flyby. Mercury, Ceres, and Vesta. I'm not sure how to explain this, but Mercury is incredibly difficult to orbit. This is a flyby, obviously, but like Mercury is... I might be wrong here. I don't know if we've ever actually orbited Mercury before as humans. I don't actually think we have. We have? Is it just one mission then? I think we're going back to Mercury soon. It was Messenger? Okay. It's very, very, very difficult and requires a ton of thrust, or delta V, I guess, to be able to do it. Because you're going so fast because you're so close to the sun, and like you got to slow down so much to get into orbit. All right, so then we have Mercury exploration. That's, yeah, that Mercury landing? What? Yeah, Bepi Colombo from ESA will also orbit Mercury. Yes, but that's not going to be there for a while, right? That's doing a really crazy gravity transfer from like different planets and stuff because it needs to like be able to get so much speed for it. Asteroid exploration, Ceres and Vesta, Jupiter. Okay. Saturn. Dude, there's no way we're ever making it to these contracts. This is so cool though, man. Neptune, Pluto, Uranus, outer gas studies, Uranus, Triton. Wow, okay. Ariel? Where's Ariel? Miranda? Where are these? Are these moons of Neptune and Uranus, maybe? Pluto, we have Charon is there as well. Crude Mars exploration. Yeah, okay. So we'll never get this far, but this is really cool. How long to beat this mod pack? I'm going to say something that I think is incorrect, but I want to believe it's correct. No one has ever beaten this mod pack. Legitimately. I think there are people that have gotten quite far. I don't think anyone's like ever accomplished all programs in this mod pack. I think like Mike and stuff, maybe... I think Mike got to orbit, right? And then I don't know if anyone's done... Like, I think there's a couple people that have done like the lunar landings. But I don't know. There's a bunch of alternates in the RP-1 Discord. I'm sure someone's beaten it. It's just like, I would say the number is something like GregTech New Horizons, how that's a very popular mod pack, but there's like less than 100 people in the entire world that have beaten the mod pack, right? I bet the number is minuscule. Some have done crude Mars landings. That is crazy to think about. Yeah, okay. I think we are going to grab Mikhail. I think I'm going to grab him. So let's hire him as a leader. And we can't do flight director yet. We need to reach 25-kilometer crude or survivability tech first. Interesting. So we need to... I mean, 25 kilometers is not very high, right? Like, we just have to do a suborbital launch with a crew. That's not too bad. Then there's the destroyer who has done a crude Pluto landing. What? How? How do you have the money to do that? What? Actually, what do you do for money if you don't have programs? I mean, this is $1 million for 30 years straight, so I don't know. Rip Jeb. That's a good question, actually. I don't think the astronauts are Jeb and all. No, they're not. They're named after people. I don't know if these are like real names. I'm not sure. Kickstarter? Yeah, right. Next hire is 5,000. All right. Tracking station. Let's look at this real quick. Kerbal feet pics. I don't think we can fund a space program off of feet pics, brother. Like maybe? Maybe. I don't know. Asteroid missions and outer solar system explorations are one of my favorite things to do. A lot of people concentrate on crude stuff, and I like probe land. I totally feel like landing probes and stuff like that is really cool. You know when you launch this game, how you see like the pictures or whatever of the people that have flown missions in this game? There's one that shows a lander that's like an octagon with 8 solar panels or whatever, and it's like landed on an asteroid, and behind it or something is like, I think it's like Mars, not Mars. I think it's like Jupiter or something. And I love that picture because like I just think like probe missions and stuff that we've done to asteroids in real life, like DART, the asteroid redirect program, and do you know I can't remember the name of it. We sent a asteroid sample collection probe recently, and it actually returned to Earth with a collection of like basically debris from an actual asteroid. Like it's like the Hayabusa mission or something like that. Brother, that to me is astounding. that we've been able to do that, right? Like, that to me is really cool. The rovers on Mars, the helicopter on Mars, we've actually landed a probe thing in Titan, and like this is actually real footage I'm going to show you, which is crazy. Titan.
To be a bit.
Jesus, fucking scare me. Titan landing footage, yeah, something like this. Obviously this is a bunch of pictures, right? Which is here. Oh my god, it's taking so long to load. Yeah, but like there's a bunch of pictures that like basically have been compiled together, but this is like a real video essentially of us landing on Titan, which is crazy to think about. Because like the image processing can be a little confusing because it's kind of like the camera is not like your normal eye or whatever. But like this shit's crazy to me. Like, I know it's cool that we've like put men on the moon, but like we've done some really amazing things with probes, I feel, and it'd be fun to explore that more in this whole series, I guess. Though we will try our best to do manned missions, like make a space station and everything. Yeah, rivers of methane is wild. Yeah, it starts falling like past these mountains and stuff too, which is really cool. I hate this like commercial music though. Oh my god. It was designed to float just in case. Yeah. Yeah, this is crazy footage, man. I wish the text wasn't here, I'll be real. Yeah, it's a bit weird with the warping, right? Again, I think that's like the 360 effect. Yeah, that's really cool, though. I don't know how accurate this stuff is, but that's really wild. Yeah, sure. Is that its parachute? Uh-huh. Our aliens, dude. The Titan aliens. Yeah, there's a Firefly program. I think it's called NASA Firefly. Titan, which is another program we plan to send the Titan. Oh, Dragonfly. That's it. Yeah. Dragonfly is going to be probably the coolest mission if it gets funding, of course. Like, ever. 6 years ago could not be true. There's just no way that could be true. I swear this came out like a week ago. Yeah, but we're going to have... It's not even designed like this anymore, by the way. They've definitely changed the design, so now it's going to be like a hexagon copter thing, but... yeah, essentially we're going to be sending a drone. Since we had such good success with Ingenuity, but this will basically be a drone going down to the surface and being able to fly around, which is really cool. I thought it's going to be a little bit larger than that, I'll be real with you. I think there's new footage from, like, the press conference they did. They talked about some stuff, and I think they showed... Yeah, they showed this footage, but... Oh, man. I swear they showed different footage recently. Ramen spectrop? Okay, holy shit, dude. Look at ramen. Oh, man. Cassini's so good. Anyways, I agree with y'all. I think... I really do think that probe missions are astoundingly cool. And we'll probably do quite a few of them if we can in this as well. Though I think once we start establishing really cool like networks of satellites, I think that's going to be a really fun challenge, I guess, right? Like, I don't know if we need it, but it would be really cool to have, you know, like the... like a GPS network and stuff like that. Like, I don't know how much that will actually have to produce. Okay, chat. Do we agree that this design is good? Again, I'll do one more simulation in case you guys have tuned in, and we've been yapping for like over an hour now, but I just wanted to... We're in a bit of a yap mood. I'll show you how this mission works. This is our... this is a simulation right now, and I can launch this thing into space. Give me a second to turn this back on. Give me a second to not have it launched like that. I think the design's good. We'll test it once more, and then we are going to be building this tomorrow on stream, but we're going to be programming it first and then doing that tomorrow. So here we go. All right. Release. So we're going to wait till we have a certain thrust value, and then we'll do that. Let me get the information for delta V, which should be that. So you can see how much time we have left for certain things. It's doing its roll program to match its azimuth with the direction we're turning. So we're going to be turning in that direction, east, I think. Yeah. So we want to basically point the front of our rocket, which is this side over here, like this right here, that direction. So all we're doing is just pitching over. It's that simple. Hopefully. We'll see. The mod list is the RP-1 mod list plus a few extras, but basically go into CCAN, type in RP-1, and basically use the Express installer. Install that one mod, and it will install like 90 plus mods for you. That's basically how you get this mod pack. And then you can start adding things like Z theme or stuff, or like deferred, the cloud mod, stuff like that as you want. But if you just want to get the thing working, that's what you do. I really like this design. I think we cooked, chat. I think we cooked. We didn't basically make an R7, but we made kind of like a... we're calling it the R67, but like it's close enough to like the core stage, but it seems like it's a miniature version of it. Like it's like the very beginning of it, because we have the bottom, which seems correct. Eventually we'll use SRBs on this. And then the top is going to be improved, but for now it still works really well. Every rocket we've made so far has been like a bullet, so I don't know. Also, can we, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's all good. Again, we need to make sure that the fuel is being pushed downwards toward the bottom of the rocket. So when we ignite this engine, there'll be no air bubbles in the fuel lines. So we're going to ignite this with about 2 seconds left to burn. And then after this burns out, then we will separate. Then we can get rid of the fairing above. Should be good. The code console, this is being ran manually by me right now. Well, not the gravity churn. Tomorrow we do the programming, like I said. Someone said this looks like a slap round. Okay. I think a slap round is like a 50 cal round or something. I don't really know. I think it's in Tarkov. Yeah, I'll be doing a Sunday stream for y'all. It's going to be probably, again, starting around noon, going for a few hours. We'll see how it goes. All right, we got 10 seconds left. Do we need to burn? So, about 2 seconds left. We'll hit spacebar. 3, 2, 1, and space. Perfect. Good. Little hot stage there. Really nice. I am controlling the stages. And then the... Oh, yeah. Let's get rid of this fairing. And... Good. I'm controlling the staging. It's controlling the angle that we're turning at right now. Which is... I think okay. How long has this playthrough been going on? About 2 weeks now. Give or take. Yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking about making the bottom of these tanks a bit more angled. So we look like... So it's like this, right? So we have the tank here, and we have the top part, right? Like that. Don't you fucking dare, chat. And then right now we have like an engine, like this. I've been thinking of making these like a little bit like this. Like angle it down a bit. And then we'll have the engine like coming out of here. It might look nicer. You guys are children, man. I swear to God. Okay, 51 seconds. We could make that burn a bit longer, too. Also, I think we make this burn longer as well, if we don't even need to, though. Okay. This is going to keep going, and I want to wait till we get to actual orbit here. So we're going to just chill after this. The retooling cost, though? What about retooling? I don't know, man. Like, I haven't paid for tooling for this. I was thinking of just attaching a small little fuel tank or something below this one and just angling it a little bit. Start to spin. We do that after this engine runs out, because we're going to be coasting for a while. Apoapsis, we're still a minute and a half away from it. We'll start coasting, or start spinning around a minute left. And then we'll do 40 seconds of that. Then we'll turn engines fully on about 20 seconds before the apoapsis, and then we're going to burn. That way we put 20 seconds before, 20 seconds after, which is about 50% of what we need. All right, disengage autopilot and come down on that. Cool. All right, so now we wait here. We wait about 30 seconds. RCS is on, and it's good to go. We're perfectly stable, and we're pointing directly at the horizons. That's good. We can then basically hit E, and slowly we're just going to hold it. Again, we need to use this RCS gas as a way to force the fuel that's currently, in blobs bouncing around this fuel tank towards the bottom of it. So we're going to start spinning because we need spin stabilization. That's really important. And I think because I don't have SAS on, this will just spin like this forever. I don't know if there's like a spin RPM that we have. But we have no control over this. So the second we release it, it's going to have a bit of a... It could have a bit of a wobble. All right. I'm going to start accelerating. Okay. Keep spinning. 15 seconds. We're going to blast away. And 2, 1, go, go. Perfect. Again, this will be automated tomorrow. We won't need to worry about it. So this will remain spinning because we only are accelerating on one axis here. This has absolutely no probe control. So wherever it's pointing, that's where it's going. Which is why we need to induce some sort of spin on this. Otherwise, it won't work. Should be good. You can see the periapsis is still at negative 2 million meters. Really far away. But we still have at least... Yeah, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. And boom, orbit. Isn't that wild? It goes from not being in orbit to being in orbit extremely quickly. And we're looking at a elliptical orbit. But honestly, for our first orbit, we do not care as long as it is in orbit. It's all that matters. And the periapsis is 190 kilometers, which I believe the atmosphere stops at 140. So this should stay in space, I think, forever. I don't know how this game works. In real life, it would not stay in space forever. I think they have to have some sort of point where they say there's no atmosphere. Because I don't see any of this coming down here at all. So it's probably fine. But yeah, there we go. That's what the mission will look like. And we're good. That's what we're doing. No atmosphere drag over 140k in this mod. That kind of sucks, but you wouldn't be able to play this game without that, I think. Yeah, maybe Principia, or Principia, whatever it's called. Maybe that will add the atmospheric drag, but like, I don't feel like you would be able to accelerate time and have it slowly decrease in altitude. Like, it just wouldn't work. Okay, let the littering begin is actually pretty accurate. Though, for this mission, we're not littering. The Stage 1 booster is going into the ocean. You can see it right there. Stage 2 is also going to be going in the ocean. You can see it, like, right there or whatever. That includes the fairings as well. So, the only thing going into orbit is R67.02, which is the top stage here. Which we'll have to name at some point. I don't know what we're going to name this thing. I don't know. You know what? This is your homework, chat. If you want to think about it, come up with a name for our first satellite. Bring the name to class tomorrow. We'll share our suggestions, and then I guess we'll go with whatever one just vibes the best. All right, which should be pretty good. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna call it like Dick Butt or like Bodie McBoatface or anything like that. We got to come up with a good name for it. Big Fat Doodoo Caca Bullets Ship. If I could ban KO, I would, chat. Don't worry. We'll see. All right. Oh my god. I might do a thing tomorrow, chat. I think I will. I think during tomorrow's stream, everyone that subs or gifts a sub, I think I'll put their name on the satellite because it will remain up in space forever as our first satellite. I think I'll put all their names. I'll have to make a list. That'd be cute. Melvin? That's not a bad one, I guess. That'd be kind of cool. Just a bunch of names on this thing for all the subs tomorrow. What time is the homework due? Tomorrow at noon, Central Time. Because I'm probably starting at like 11 tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be doing a Sunday stream. All right, if you want to hang out with me. I know it's Mother's Day. I get it. I know you're probably not going to be able to hang out with me, but like, I don't know. Some of you will. I guess. Yeah, we get to do some programming tomorrow, and then we'll buy this, launch it, all that kind of stuff. Should be good. And then every iteration after this should be better and better and better. Yeah, we'll see. We'll be able to put more and more in orbit. I have to go to my grandma's 92nd birthday. Hell yeah. I hope she's doing well, man. 92, it's so old. I don't even know if I want to live to 92. My grandma lived to 97, which, 97, 98? I think 97. Very, very old. Her mom lived to 102, I think, as well. Like, super, super old. All right. All right. Revert, revert. I'm happy with this. I think we can save here for the day. Okay. Save. Beautiful. All right. Hopefully no failures tomorrow. So, check this out. If we do tool this, we end up with a cost of 1970. Oh my God. Melvin, sorry. Melvin, get out of here real quick. All right, look at the cost here. It's 7,140. If I do this where you can preview the price, this is a $2,000 rocket. Surely it's like way more than that, like in the millions. But for the sake of making it simple, it's 1973, dollar dues, right? That's not bad. We're currently making, if we back up out of here, we're currently making per month $13,000. So we can build many, many, many of these, which is good. The important thing is going to be how long will it take to basically make it. Also, like, I don't know about this one either. Let's go in this real quick. If I want to upgrade our launch complex to be able to hold, what do you guys think, like 100 tons or something is smart? The deli counter right now needs to hold like 100 tons or something. Minimum tonnage is 75. Okay, let's try like 90 tons. That's not a bad number, I guess, right? Upgrade limit for max tonnage is 34. Oh, is that it? Really? So, really? Downgrade limit? So you can only upgrade 34 at once. Should we make a new launch complex? We might want to make a new launch complex that can basically fit this new stage style of rocket or whatever. Alright, minimum tonnage I want to be like 70. So, I guess we'll do like 95, 71. Because it will never be lighter than this, like ever. Like, we will always be heavier than this. So we could do something like that. This rocket is 24 meters tall. We could make this like a 30-meter tall complex. With a length, and yeah, this is 3.4 by 3.4. I might make this like 6 by 6, maybe. That's a 31,000 cost. Really not that bad. Build cost, at least. Takes about half a year to build. Yeah. 35 height might be safer. If we, God, we can always upgrade it later, and it will save us money for upkeep, but you're looking at 5,900 compared to 5,300. Again, I think we'll just upgrade it later, honestly. Yeah. So something like this is what we need to make, essentially. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. Back, dude. Yeah. Okay. So that's, I guess, our goal tomorrow. We'll be basically doing all this. I'm going to do it all at once so I make sure I know what I'm doing. Extra pad cost. Oh, man, I forgot to cut because we're making a third launch complex. Okay. Additional homework. Name for the satellite. Also, a name for the launch complex would be good. All right. That'd be important, I think. All right. All right, dude. Let's save for the day. Let's save for the day. Let's lock it in. And then tomorrow will be another fun day of, what do you call it? It'll be another fun day of KSP, I guess, right? Not bad. And that way we can actually go and do multiple, because like we'll have another launch complex that we can start using, I think, for the still like the V2 style rocket or whatever. Right. Naraka, hello my man. Welcome back, my dude. Good to see you, my dude. Chat, don't forget your Prime subs, by the way. Appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you. All right. Tomorrow's Mother's Day. I want to remind you all that you should be prioritizing your mother over me. All right. But I know, like, I can't see my mother, so I'll call her for a little bit of it, but like that's pretty much all I can do, because she lives half a country away from me. So it is what it is. Am I going live? Yeah, I'll be going live tomorrow, I think around 11 a.m. my time is what I'm guessing, but I'm not going to set an alarm clock, so whatever I wake up, I'll go live like an hour after that. So that's probably what I expect. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. Half a country is like 2.5 hour drive at most. You couldn't even get to the next main city over in 2.5 hours where I live. Holy shit. All right, I got to say goodbye to YouTube. I love you, YouTube. Thanks for watching today. Come back tomorrow. Come watch the orbital mission launch. And then next week is going to be awesome. Forza. Subnautica 2. I was trying to think of the other game. Both those games come out. We get to play Subnautica 2 on the 14th. We're playing Forza on the 15th, just so you all know. I thought it was originally the opposite, but apparently the 14th early access for Forza is actually at like midnight on the 14th. Like the day is over basically, and it technically starts on the 15th. So unfortunate, I guess. But it is what it is. But thank you, YouTube. I love you.